shall now have the opportunity for silent prayers, meditation, in terms of House Rule 14. While we're still standing, can we request the IT to play the national anthem, and let's sing along when it is being played. Thank you so much. You may take our seats. A very good morning to you all, the young people of the Limpopo province. We take this opportunity, as per the presented agenda in front of us. We shall now go to the reading of the 2026 Youth Parliament rules. My name is Honorable Faith Svopela, and I will be co-presiding over this Youth Parliament of 2026 with Honorable Mposhai. The rules of procedure for the 2026 Youth Parliament are as follows. When the Speaker procession enters the legislative chamber, all delegates are expected to rise and remain standing until the Speaker reaches the chair. Number 2, the Speaker shall request the Assembly to observe a moment of silence for prayers or meditation. The delegates who are called upon to make presentations shall be expected to take to the podium. All presenters are given 5 minutes for their presentations. After the presentation, delegates shall submit electronic or hard copies of their presentation to the table staff secretariat that is here in front of us for further processing. When leaving the legislative chamber during the proceedings, delegates shall bow to the Speaker when they reach the door. The same applies when you enter back to the chamber during the proceedings. All delegates, both in the chamber and the gallery, shall remain silent when presentations are being made. All presenters shall address the August House through the Speaker. Presenters are not allowed to cross the chamber en route to the podium. Cell phones shall be put on silent upon entering the chamber, and this applies to all delegates seated in the gallery. Delegates are also forbidden from taking photos while in the house. Delegates shall use acceptable language consistent with the decorum of this house. All delegates are expected to behave in a manner that is consistent with the decorum of this House. Upon adjournment of the proceedings, the delegates shall rise and remain standing until the Speaker's procession has left the chamber. In terms of item 3 on the agenda for the day, we are going to take motions without notice. And I will recognize all the hands that seeks to raise motions without notice.
Honorable Speaker, if I may.
You are noted. Is there any other hand? While I recognize you,
In terms of Rule 145, Rule 145, sub 1C, that this Youth Parliament resolve that item number 7 on the order paper, which is the progress report, be given precedence and be 145, sub 1G. I ask the House to dispense with the requirement of notice and that this Youth Parliament resolve to establish a standing Youth Parliament Oversight and Implementation Committee, 2 young persons from each district with gender and disability representation supported by the legislature's administration with a mandate to meet at least quarterly, maintain a public implementation tracker of youth parliament resolutions, receive reports from relevant departments on youth responsive. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Is there any other motion without notice? Or order paper as presented in front of us? We are not going to make any amendments to it. We'll stick to it the way it has been prepared for the day so that we can sufficient time, we can allow sufficient debates to occur in this August House as presented before us. For the second presented proposal, that in terms of the House rules, we should allow that per district we have 2 representatives. Would refer that to our table staff to guide us. Therefore, we'll then make a ruling upon that. We are going to proceed to the welcoming address.
Order, Speaker.
Okay. What is the point of order?
If Speaker, you'd allow me to just quickly give a background as per our prep meeting yesterday and our briefing. We raised the matter of the progress report being the one that is being read first on the basis that you know that before each and every meeting can start, you'd understand that the minutes of the previous meeting should be read out to each and every member so that we know in terms of the interventions, so that we also avoid tautology, that speakers come here and say the same things over and over again, things that they've said in the previous parliament. So I think we should not address this matter as a matter that is just arriving now. I think even those who are assisting you, they are aware because we were with them yesterday. When we raised the matter to say we don't want to be chaotic, we just request that the progress report of 2025 read before we can have the presentation of young people in 2026, so that we also be taken into consideration and confidence that indeed whatever that we come here and present is being taken serious. We are not causing any chaos, Speaker. We just want to say, can we get the progress report in terms of where we are so that we are able to move forward? They are aware, even those that we are consulting, some of them, their faces are familiar with us. They are aware of the matter. They promise us they will engage you in a briefing. We are not sure if that has happened, by the way, but based on the response, we can confirm that there was no briefing that happened, meaning that our contribution yesterday was not taken serious, of which is worrisome that if we present today, we're going to be taken into consideration. So, Speaker, let's not be emotional on the matter. Let's look at the matter with maturity and unity as young people. We're not causing chaos, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Point of order, Speaker. Speaker,
That was a point of order. I don't know if you are raising a point of order on top of another point of order, but before you may come in, allow me to take the House through and provide guidance as the presiding officer. It is unfortunate that we cannot change the order paper while we are in the House like that. Before I proceed, would request the Speaker of the House to give further clarity, and then I will recognize you after that. Thank you very much.
Honorable Swopela and Honorable Shai. I thought Honorable Shai would have presented in line with the acting chair of the committee, given the directive during the briefing. But we needed to plead with the August House that it's only now we have received the motions. We're not throwing them away, but it might not be easy for us to process them immediately. We requested that those motions be submitted to the table, and obviously we'll be able to consider them moving forward on how to handle that. But like the Speaker has already indicated, in terms of the House rules, the order adopted by a programming committee in line with the rules. So once the order paper has been adopted by the programming committee, the House is not in a position to change because it must go back to the programming committee. So we're pleading with the House that we take the motions, they get noted so that they can be able to be processed for the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, the real Speaker of this House. And thank you for the afforded opportunity. I don't know if your hand is still up, my brother.
it's still up, Speaker.
You can proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, between us in this House, yourself, myself, and the honorable members of this House, we are all bound by the rules of this House. And therefore, the rules of this House cannot be circumvented. In respect of motion 2 that I've put on the table, I refer the Honorable Speaker to Rule 145, sub 1G. It reads, every motion requires notice except a motion, subparagraph G, in respect of which a notice is dispensed with by the unanimous concurrence of all members present. Now, having put that motion, the Speaker should check with this House if they unanimously choose to dispense with the notice and then move with the motion as it is. And therefore, I do not agree that the motions having been received today should therefore, because they are new, should be considered on a later stage. While the rule permits being motions without notice, that they can be considered immediately before this House. Therefore, I ask you, Honorable Speaker, in respect of motion 2, I understand in respect of motion 1, we cannot change the order paper now. But in respect of motion 2, which seeks to establish an oversight committee of this youth parliament, that it should be this House which decide whether they unanimously go with that motion or not. But I do not agree that we have to proceed with this order paper before we conclude on this motion. It is this House that must unanimously decide. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much. As agreed, we have given guidance on the first motion that we will stick to the order paper as it is. In terms of the second motion, yes, you are correct. We are supposed to move for seconders for that motion. Adding to it, we are going to allow it to be a matter that is processed for future purpose. That is what we are going to allow the House. Any other hand that seeks to second the second motion that says per district, we must have representatives that are able to assist us to track the House resolutions. I saw the hand of the speaker. I don't know if you allow me to proceed. Thank you very much. Any seconder to the
Order, Speaker. On the first issue raised by the honorable member here with regard to the progress report, I stand to disagree with you because as we are here to engage and debate, it's informed by our debate and our presentations. They must be informed by the position of this report. So coming to present without have heard the report, it's just us opening our mouth and allowing ways to select themselves. So we request that you move item 7.
You may
Honorable
take a
Speaker,
seat.
is the real speaker the participant of the youth
There's a
parliament?
point of order. I believe you were taken through the House rules that once you are seated this side of the chamber, you are allowed to participate. Therefore, the speaker is allowed to participate. In that regard, she's raising a point of order
On an order,
and allow her to override your point of order.
consistent, Honorable Speaker, we have confidence in you. Can you be consistent? There was an order on top of an order. You called the order.
Let me allow you to finish, then I make a ruling before I
Yeah,
recognize
I'm
the other
done.
hand.
I'm done.
You are done.
Yeah.
I think we have that was raised in line with the House Rule 145 in terms of motions without notice. We have given clarity that we are not going to change the order paper. It will remain as it is. There's no amount of hands that we are going to allow to engage that further because we've made a ruling on it. I then said we're going to entertain the second motion, which seeks to then say, per district, we must have representatives, and that must become a resolution that comes out of this House. That is the second motion that I thought you are going to raise your hands to entertain. In terms of the first motion, we are not going to change the order paper in terms of the House rules. Remember, the order paper was processed the moment we open this sitting. The order paper stands as it is. We cannot come to this House and make changes immediately to it. If there's any change, there's proceedings, there's procedure that you follow. Even if you wish to have an item on the agenda, you may not raise your hand and say, now there's an item that I feel must be part of the order paper. It must go to the table staff. It must go to the programming committee. It must go for further processing before we can come to this House and present it to the honorable members. In that regard, we take a hand that seeks to second the motion the second motion that was presented before us.
On a point of order, Speaker.
What is the point of order for?
No, thanks very much. I believe that they have alluded a lot in regards to the issues of progress report. We can't be the young people of this province.
Can I stop you, my brother? I think we have
No,
closed
no,
the matter.
allow me to land, speak.
No, but we have
We are
closed.
going to agree.
If there's any other hand that seeks to raise another concern regarding the order paper, and if whether the progress report must be moved to another item or to item 5, I have said it. We are not going to allow it.
Can-
And we are
can
not
I
going
please
take-
land
to
without
take-
being
We are
disturbed?
not taking any other further hands that seeks to speak to that matter because we have closed it. We have closed the matter, my honorable brother.
Am I
Please
still
take your
protected,
seat
Speaker?
and allow the House to proceed.
Am I
Please
still
take your
protected,
seat.
Speaker? But
If
you
you-
can't even protect me yourself, Speaker.
If you are standing like
Yes.
that, entertain the second motion. The first motion, I think we have
No,
done justice
no,
to
no,
it.
no, 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 Speaker. I think we are taking a wrong direction into the predicaments and all these things. The sitting on its own. It is wrong with the agenda on its own to say that we are going to present the issues that affect young people in the province without having a progress report. By the way, what is it that will be presenting?
We are no longer speaking about the progress report. I think we have closed that matter. I'm going to allow a hand that seeks to second.
No, thank you very much. I stand to second both motions that were raised. The first one of changing the items on the agenda, and also the second one of 2 representatives per district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I take it that you have seconded the second motion. As we have already alluded, the first motion was put aside. In that regard, I'm going to call upon Councillor Dr. Molala, who's the mayor of Lepelong Kumpi local municipality, to come to the fourth and give us a welcoming address. With a round of applause as she comes to the podium. It must not stop until she reaches the mic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the presiding officer. Let me greet you, Honorable Shai and Honorable Sopela. And let me take this opportunity to greet our Honorable Speaker, Honorable Makoma Makurupecha, the members of the Standing Committee of Quality of Life under the chairmanship of Honorable Munama, the honorable members of the Limpopo Legislature, the executive mayor of a district municipality, the speaker of the district municipality, the chief whip of Lepelle Nkumpi, Councillor Sillo, the representatives of government departments, members of the youth parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, morning, Abusheni, Machironi, Khoto. It is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you into Lepelle Nkumpi municipality, which is a home of resilience, opportunity, and limitless potential. We're especially honored to host this important youth parliament under the timely theme, economic uprising for the next 5 years. That is the Partnership for Skills, Jobs, and Youth Development. This theme speaks directly to the aspirations of our youth and reminds us that meaningful partnerships are the foundation upon which we can build a prosperous future. As Lepelle Nkumpi, we remain committed to creating an enabling environment for our young people to thrive. And we understand that sustainable development is impossible without investing in you, the youth, through education, through skills development, entrepreneurship, and innovation. One of the most exciting projects that we have in Lepelle Nkumpi is the one for smart town development. I think those that will have an opportunity to go that other side of the municipality, they will see that innovative project that we're embarking on. That is a project that is going to yield around 7 billion worth of investment into the municipality. And we are looking at it to be a catalyst project that is expected to unlock opportunities for construction, engineering, ICT, property development, retail, hospitality, tourism, and other sectors. And we're expecting that young people that are represented in this, they will get opportunities in terms of jobs, in terms of internships, in terms of apprenticeship, entrepreneurship opportunities, and long-term careers.
It is about preparing our youth to participate meaningfully into the elementary phase up until high school. And we're doing that in preparation, in the understanding that the province is busy with the state theater, and we want to be the feeder. Has been confirmed that they will be building a school. We've given them a 4-hectare land that they will be building that arts and school, because we are acknowledging the creative industry as a sector, a greater contribution, and that is an opportunity for you young people to say, when that center is there, it will be beneficial to you. That is going to be augmented by the cultural center that we are busy renovating, because we want to renovate, or we want to resuscitate the creative industry in the municipality. In addition to that, we're having Sibanye Stillwater that is helping us in terms of renovating the center. In addition to that, presiding officer, I want to share with the youth parliament that as Lepelle Nkumpi, we're engaged with the discussion with the Limpopo University, because next to you, in between this legislature and the technical school that we have, we've allocated a land that we're earmarking to establish a satellite university of Limpopo that is going to focus on technology, because we have embraced technology, or ICT, as the sector that the youth will be interested in. And as you proceed to Polokwane, on the other side, we are embarking on establishing an ICT academy, because we want our students to come from the university and be linked to the ICT academy and go straight into Habakuk and establish the industries for us. And we will be resuscitating the industry at Habakuk, but in partnership with LEADED. Those are the things that we have embarked on, and we think they're very much relevant to the youth of today. And we are saying, as the youth, you have to look at that and say, these are the opportunities that you will be involved in. And we're looking forward for us to have the partnerships with you as the parliament, to say, you have to participate and you have to prepare us to say, how are you going to benefit? And again, I just want to conscientize you that due to the geopolitical environment that is happening, we're having the African Continental Free Trade Area that is creating an opportunity. And the reason why we want to embark on ICT and create, we're dreaming of having a Silicon Valley in the Lepelle Nkumpi. If our dreams really, because with the starting of the academy, that will be heavy. That in itself, it will position our youth to create solutions for the African continent, because we as Limpopo were well positioned to be able to interact with Africa due to our location. On that note, our presiding officer, let me welcome you in this area. Some of the things, you can see them. I think in terms of the town, you can see, because we've already done the salt turning. The project is already going on, but with others, they're not yet started. We're expecting a huge capital injection by around September that is going to enable us to put all the infrastructure that is going to be able to facilitate all this establishment. On that note, let me welcome you to Lepelle Nkumpi, a land of innovation, a land whereby youth are taking the precedence. I may be old, but I always say my heart is young, because I talk about things that are affecting young people. And with ICT or innovation, we are believing that our youth will appreciate us and have partnership with us and be able to support us as the municipality. Because with our township development, we don't want to see our youth batsamaya ka N1 ba ya Gauteng. We want them hore ba fellele mo gae, ba bereke mo gae, ba kry opportunities. One day we'll be having the Mark Zuckerberg of Lepelle Nkumpi by the innovative solutions that are going to provide solutions to Africa. On that note, let me welcome all of you. Let me welcome all of you, even the legislature and the public as a whole, to say you're welcome into the Lepelle Nkumpi, a home of innovation, a home with possibilities, a home that one day, when you come into this area, it will be a change area that you will all appreciate and love to stay here. We love you to stay here, bring your kids, and buy properties here and stay here and pay property rates so that our municipality can grow and we grow the revenue of this municipality. One day, rena lead budget, 30 billion, but that billions, more than the investors will be coming, but it will be coming from you, the young people. Let me thank you and welcome you, all of you. Thank you, presiding officers.
Thank you so much, the Forever Young. We are now going to call upon the political principal of this house, of the ruling party of the African National Congress, Honorable Monama, to come and give us the purpose with a round of applause. He's the custodian of all the English words that we use in this house.
No, thanks very much, honorable speakers. What is happening? Honorable speakers of the House today, of this auspicious occasion, Honorable Subopela, Honorable Shai, the Speaker of this House, Honorable Dr. Makurubeji, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Ngobeni, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, more especially on Public Administration, and that Pokani, MECs present here, led by Honorable Khabu Magwai, who is standing in for the Premier of our province, Honorable Nakedi Kekana, MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, honorable members in the House, esteemed honorable members who are present today as sworn-in members of this House, ladies and gentlemen, the speakers and the mayor of Lepelle Nkumpi local municipality, all mayors present, the speakers and the chief whip councillors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, honorable speakers, I'm incredibly overwhelmed and humbled to be afforded the rare opportunity to outline the purpose of this city. Youth Parliament is one of the sectoral parliaments that the legislature conduct to deepen participatory democracy. The primary purpose of this parliament is to provide platform to the youth for proper engagements, debates, and establish to gather inputs and recommendations that can assist us and assist our youth to leverage and catalyze on the economic opportunities that are there, but over and about, to afford public representatives in interacting directly with stakeholders and ensure the accountability to the people of this province. Also to provide an oversight platform to improve the service delivery agenda through public engagement, but also to empower communities with knowledge of legislative functions and rights. Rather to also to strengthen relationship between the legislature and various stakeholders in an endeavor to enhance democratic participation by involving citizens in governance and lawmaking. The theme of this parliament, Honorable Speaker, is economic uprising that has been alluded to. And it is in that context that everyone here that has been invited is given years of poverty, unemployment, and inequality but also to deal with the quagmire of underdevelopment and the issue of the economic exclusion. It is in that context that this is the primary objective of today's parliament, and we wish you well. We wish you will be very honest, very robust, making very clinical assessment on what is obtainable in our province and what are the catalytic projects that are available that we can leverage on for the benefit of the young people in this province. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're now entering the most interesting part of the day, where we are going to listen to all the debates, all the views of young people of this province. Please be mindful of the timer that will be in front of you so that we don't fight. I know it can be very interesting on the podium and you may feel like speaking longer, but let us stick to the time that will be in front of you. Do assist me because I think the screen is off there. If it can be switched on as I call upon a young leader who's coming from the African National Congress. Oh, yes. I'm being reminded that we have to move for the secondment of these items that we'll be debating upon. The first one, in terms of the order paper, it's 6.1, sustaining youth economic participation, skills development, funding, and mentorship for inclusive economic growth for the next 5 years. I'll just read all of them, then we move for them at once. Okay, thank you so much. We will call upon the members of this house to move for the first topic that is on the order paper. Honorable Sibotoma, Honorable Jump, they call him Jump in this house.
Yeah, that's my name. I, Matsubandi Jamsutuma, rise to move that the item number 6.1, as it appears on the order paper, be moved and adopted. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Any seconder? Can I note a hand that's against Honorable Ngobeni?
Presiding officer, I rise to second the move by Honorable Subotoma that item 6.1 be adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We will then now refer to the speakers list. As I had mentioned already, that we are calling upon a young leader from the so that yes,
No,
you may take your seat. Can
No.
the timer be on pause?
Yeah, thanks very much, Speaker. I see here on the time allocation for the honorable member, it has got a huge difference from the allocated time in regards to other honorable members. In regards to other honorable members, can it be corrected so that we don't have? Can it be corrected so that we don't have implications and repercussions around that? Thank you. Implications and repercussions around that. Thank you very much.
Thank
Very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, he's been allocated very much. Yes, he's been allocated more time. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. It is because other members need all their minutes so that is allocated more time. I think I'm clear, ne? I think I'm clear, ne? There's another hand from this. Okay, maybe let's exhaust all these problems and then we come to you, my sister, ne?
No, thanks very much again, Speaker. I think it was not said before the proceedings of this House, or even prior to our preparatory meetings. It was never even alluded. But to our surprise now, we are subjected to the maximum time allocation, which brings the insource of inequality amongst ourselves. So we want you to can revert back to it and then also just amend it and give us the maximum time, the minimum time allocation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. What was the other end for? Yes.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Can we also get a confirmation of that if it's written down? Because I believe if it was donated minutes, it should be in black and white. We can't come here and donate. We are here to speak for 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, yeah, you'll get them. Definitely you'll get them. You'll definitely get them. So as I've mentioned, it's been donated more time from the members that were supposed to come and debate from their party, from the ANC. Therefore, they will proceed in that fashion. In terms of the minutes, as I've mentioned, you'll get the writing. But for us to proceed, we'll continue with the speaker. The minutes are there. The paper that you want is there. But as I've mentioned before, honorable members, can you put your hands down? That in this August House, when there's a matter that should be raised, it goes through the programming committee for processing. And indeed, that was done. When we had a briefing in the morning, and the programming together with the presiding officers and the honorable members that were part, they did indeed indicate to that the matter was then processed there, that the ANC members that were supposed to come and debate have given all their minutes to the speaker that is in front of us. With due diligence, honorable members, we're not going to debate about minutes forever and ever, but I promise you, honestly, it was indeed exhausted in the programming committee. In terms of the files and all of that, the report in black and white, you want that, you'll get it. But now we're proceeding, we're not going to note other hands that says, can it come before he continues? Because we're going to spend the day here if we'll continue with that attitude. Thank you very much. Honorable Monama.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to give a guidance because I'm also responsible for custody of the rules of this House. That is a common cause that we are using standard standing rules and orders in this House, and the programming committee has made a determination in line of what I think colleagues are putting across. But it is in that context that the order that was there should not be because it doesn't qualify in terms of the decorum of this House to be a point of order. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that clarity. We're going to proceed in that manner. We're not changing anything on the order paper. If it's written 5 minutes, that's the order that we stick to until we agenda house. Honorable Sibola Phineas, over to you with a round of applause once again.
Honorable Speaker, it would be injustice if I continue here without raising our dissatisfaction on the conduct of the real Speaker of the sitting, on the lack of when she stood up, she indicated with disappointment that it was not supposed to be you presiding over. I want to indicate that it is not a mistake that you are a young person. It is not an accident that you are a leader of young people in the province. Honorable Real Speaker, we do not have to hate young people that much. It is our time, and our time is now. I stand before you today not merely to deliver a speech, but to give voice to to young people whose cries have gone unheard. 50 years after the 1976 youth uprising, young people are ready to take over. I speak on behalf of depressed young people of Limpopo province who wake up every day carrying burdens that many never see. I speak for the artists who dedicate their lives to enriching the culture of this province, yet when they are involved in car accidents, they can't even afford their medical care. When they pass away, they can't even afford their funerals. I speak for young mine workers whose future are overshadowed by the looming closure of mines and devastating prospect of retrenchment. Young people of Musina and Bluebeck who are facing 2,000 workers retrenchment because of a possible suspension, 2-year suspension of operations. I speak on behalf of young women who cannot afford sanitary products, forcing them to miss school and compromising their dignity. I speak for the learners who travel long distance every day to access education, often risking their safety because of quality education in this province remains geographically unequal. Sometimes provided scholar transports that are not fit enough, that sometimes are not even arriving at the pickup points. I speak for child-headed households where children have become parents overnight, carrying responsibility that no child should ever bear. I speak for unemployed graduates who are sitting home with their professional qualifications, who are sitting komakuleng, accused of being drug addicts and drug users because they are sitting komakuleng. It's difficult to sit at home. No, also in the morning with your degree, because you are unemployed. Most painfully, I speak for those who lost hope and took their own lives because they could no longer see the future worth living. Their silence must become our call to action. Honorable members, the youth of Limpopo are not asking for charity. We are demanding justice, opportunity, and meaningful participation in shaping the future of our province and in our country. The NCU League therefore calls for radical shift in policy and legislation to fundamentally transform the lives of young people in this province. We call for legislation that makes youth economic empowerment a national priority. We propose that youth-owned business receive funding at zero interest, enabling young entrepreneurs to create sustainable enterprises without being trapped by unaffordable debt. We demand access to land for young people to farm, produce food, and contribute meaningfully to our economy. Land must become an instrument of development rather than exclusion. We further call for young people to become shareholders, executives, and decision makers within the mining industry and all strategic sectors of the economy. The wealth of our country must benefit those who will inherit it. The ANC Youth League demands that unemployment be declared a national disaster. President Malachi of young people in the country on illegal immigrants in this country, the state ignored it until there's chaos in this country. And we are saying that young unemployment be declared a national disaster before there's chaos in this country. Furthermore, we demand that at least all public procurements and supply chain opportunities be allocated to young people to stimulate the youth-owned enterprises and expand economic participation. The acting premier today, who is the Honorable MEC of Treasury in this province, I'm sure you are aware that the cabinet you serve in is struggling to even reach the 30% target that you have set for yourselves, which is not even enough. Honorable delegates, critical decisions regarding planning, budgeting, and service delivery are made by Executive Council under leadership of our Honorable Premier that we love so much. It is therefore essential that young people form part of this executive as members of the Executive Council. It can't be that in a province that has over 50% young people population is led by over 50% population of pensioners and old people. At least if there is only one person acting honorable premier, you are an acting premier today, you can take decisions today, and we leave here all of us happy. Please do the right thing. The current cabinet is struggling with 30%, and it becomes difficult. The illegal immigrants in this country are entering in border gates in Limpopo. They are using Bait Bridge. They are using Khrobolas Bridge. It's even worse at Khrobolas Bridge because no one is monitoring Khrobolas Bridge. Khrobolas Bridge does not have capacity to even monitor illegal immigrants. Criminals are entering at Bait Bridge, entering illegal cigarettes at Bait Bridge. This is not a matter that needs madlanga. It's a daylight criminal activities that we are seeing every day. Buses coming from Zimbabwe with illegal immigrants are dropping illegal immigrants at Sasol, Yamukopani, Kranskop, and going further to Gauteng. This is because our cabinet is full of old people who are not alive to reality. We hope that you are not yet tick a box and then you will disappear after these presentations. The future cannot continue to be planned without those who live it, who will live it. We are not sure that after these 5 years that we have termed, you will still be alive. Over the next 5 years, of course, we are playing along. Over the next 5 years, our priorities must include sustaining youth economic participation through targeted investment, comprehensive skills development, accessible funding, and structured mentorship programs that build sustainable enterprises and create inclusive economy. We must confront today's challenges with new generation thinking, inspired by the fearless spirit of the 1976 generation. The struggle was for political freedom. Our generation's struggle is for economic freedom. Ga o jolege, o sa bereki. O palala ko go rekela ngwana batho sephatlo ko villageng le airtime ya 5 rand is not affordable because ga o sa bereki ga o jolege. When young people are unemployed, we can't even think straight. We are left to vultures. We are left stranded and frustrated. Young people's employment is critically important. This youth parliament must become more than a platform for discussion. It must become a catalyst for action. We need bold analysis of the barriers preventing youth economic participation and innovative solutions developed by young South Africans themselves. Must create enabling conditions for employment, entrepreneurship, industrialization, innovation, and sustainable development that place young people at the center of economic transformation. Honorable members, history will not judge us by the speeches we deliver, but the opportunities we create for those who had none. The youth of Limpopo are ready. We are ready to build. We are ready to innovate. We are ready to govern. Not in the future, now. What we ask for is not favoritism, but fairness. Not promises, but implementation. Not symbolic inclusion, but meaningful participation. The future of Limpopo depends on the decisions we make today. We are no longer the future. We are the current. Let us rise together and build a province where no young person is left behind, where talent is rewarded, where opportunity is accessible, and where hope triumphs over despair, where young not zombies. As we can think and act for ourselves. Stop bishoping us. If we want bishops, we'll go to churches. Release us out of your pockets. We want to be free like you were free at your times. We know you joined politics at a young time. Even if my screen is closed, I still have time, I know. We know you joined politics at a young time. Allow us to enjoy ourselves. Allow us to be young. We are not a generation of Kwaitu. We are a generation of Lokompo, of Shigaza Shama 2000. Allow us to grow. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Raw Young Lions, raw. Thank you so much. You even saved our time, 4 minutes. We're going to call upon the next speaker, Honorable Betuel Chivandekano from Deaf South Africa. With a round of applause as he comes. You can utilize those mics before you to listen to the interpretations. You may proceed.
Honorable Speaker, firstly, let me pass on my warmest greetings to you, members of the legislature, ladies and gentlemen. As they have indicated, my name is Betuel, and as you can see, I'm a deaf person. I'm a youth deaf person in Limpopo province. I stand here representing Deaf Limpopo. Honorable Speaker, this topic is a bit emotional for us as the deaf youth of Limpopo because firstly, we do not have access. We do not have accessibility because our language is being used against us. It's hard for us, it's difficult for us to actually say we are participating because we are not given the opportunity to do so because of lack of accessibility. We as the deaf community are being treated as if deafness is a crime because we do not have access. Honorable Speaker, it's really painful because we want to participate in this economy, but it's difficult to do so because we have interpreters in the province, but only one office, which is Office of the Premier, has managed to place an interpreter in all the 5 districts, which makes it hard for us to access in other districts. So it's difficult for us to say we are part of the youth of this province because we are not taken into considerations. You say inclusivity of people with disabilities, but it's only there on paper, but there is no action. As you can see, I use sign language to communicate, and we only need one resource, which I believe our government can give us, which is sign language interpreters. But that on itself is a difficult thing to get. So it's very difficult for us to say we are participating because we have not yet given the opportunity to access even information in our municipalities. Honorable Speaker, we are not saying pity us. We are not looking for handouts. All we are saying is give us opportunities. And we, as the youth of Limpopo, as the deaf youth of Limpopo, we will show you that we can do it. We can build this province of ours, and we can also participate in the growth of our economy. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. An injury to one is an injury to all. Every youth voice, it matters. It must receive the attention it deserves. Everyone must be respected. As I call upon the next speaker from the Freedom Front Plus, Honorable Peter Pretorius. With a round of applause, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, esteemed members of the Executive Council, members of this House, and guests. I would like to open with two quotes from the Greek philosopher Diogenes and American civil rights leader, Ms. Scott King, who were respectively recorded to have stated that the foundation of every state is the education of its youth, and the failure to invest in the youth reflects a lack of compassion and a colossal failure of common sense. In the past, world leaders, both great and infamous, have recognized and harnessed the value of the youth in determining the future of their nations. The youth are the cornerstone of change. Whether the change is positive or negative lies to a large extent with the investment made by our current leaders and the examples set by them. Having stated the foregoing, Youth Day and Youth Month should not be reduced to slogans, speeches, and symbolic events. For the Freedom Front Plus, Youth Month must ask one honest question. What future are we building for our young people? The reality is that many young people do not see a future. They see unemployment. They see poor education. They see unsafe communities, failing municipalities, corruption, water shortages, electricity failures, and broken roads. They see political connections granting economic opportunities to the undeserving, or even, dare I say, to the unscrupulous, while ordinary young people are left to their own devices. That is not freedom, and that is not dignity. That is not opportunity. The Freedom Front Plus believes young people do not need empty promises from government. They need a working economy, proper education, practical skills, safe communities, and the freedom to build their own future. Youth development must be based on opportunity, not on dependency, and on merit, not political loyalty. Honorable Speaker, when we speak about an economic uprising for the next 5 years, it cannot mean more bureaucracy, more failed programs, and more money wasted on conferences. A real economic uprising means removing the barriers that stop young people from working, studying, and starting businesses and becoming independent. The first barrier is unemployment. No government slogan can replace a job. No youth summit can replace a salary. Jobs are created when the economy grows, when businesses are supported, and when municipalities deliver basic services. In the Limpopo context, this means that we need to build on agriculture, mining, tourism, logistics, and small business enterprises. These sectors can create opportunities, but only if we have proper infrastructure, water is available, electricity is reliable, and municipalities are properly managed. Basic service delivery is the foundation to youth development. The second barrier is the skills gap. Too many young people leave college or school without the required skills for the workforce. The FF Plus supports partnerships between schools, TVET colleges, universities, farmers, mines, businesses, and community organizations. Training must be linked to real economic opportunities. A certificate that does not improve a young person's chance of employment is not empowerment. It's nothing more than a piece of paper. The third barrier is crime. Young people cannot build a future in communities controlled by fear, drugs, and violence. We need visible, transparent, and accountable policing, properly resourced police stations, support for the neighborhood watches, and community safety structures. Safe communities create confidence, investment, and jobs. The fourth barrier is political patronage. Too many young people believe that opportunity depends on who they know or which party they support. The FF Plus rejects the card favoritism. Bursaries, internships, learnerships, and jobs must be based on merit, fairness, and on transparent processes. Honorable Speaker, the FF Plus believes that every young person deserves an opportunity. Whether they live in a township, a village, a farm, no matter their background, no young person should be excluded because of race, language, culture, or political affiliation. For the next 5 years, we need a practical plan to grow the local economy, fix basic services, and align skills training with local industries, reduce red tape for young entrepreneurs, fight crime, and hold government accountable when youth programs fail. The youth are not political decorations. They are not voting statistics. They are South Africans with talents, with dreams and responsibilities, and the right to a real future. The economic uprising South Africa needs is not one of chaos, but one of work, not one of dependency, but one of responsibility. not one of political patronage, but one of opportunity. Failure to address corruption, political favoritism, and poor educational standards, and the current lack of workforce skills constitutes a colossal failure of common sense and a lack of compassion for our youth. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Exactly 5 minutes on the dot. We are now going to call a fighter, Honorable Kabelo Sinamulela, from the economic freedom. What? Eh? Malibongwe.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker. The leader of the official opposition in Limpopo Legislature, Honorable Lawrence Mapolo, Chief Whip of the EFF in Limpopo Legislature, Honorable Kgothatso Mogwane, and fellow young people in Limpopo Province. I'm disturbed.
You are protected, honorable member, just that you are raising names of people that are not here. Maybe I think that is the discomfort, but you are protected, you can proceed.
It's my time
Yeah.
and my speech, please.
Yeah, I'll allow it, don't worry.
Thank you very much. We are found discussing under the theme Sustaining Youth Economic Participation through Skills Development, Access to Funding, and Effective Mentorship to Achieve Inclusive Economic Growth over the next 5 years. From where we are, we feel that the funding directed to skills development programs are misused and not serving the purpose. Before we make plans on a 5-year timeline, it is important to not neglect the fact that the future of our economy depends on the opportunities we create for young people now. When youth are empowered, economies grow, communities prosper, and societies become more resilient. We demand that the government entities like NIDA, CETA, and many more be comprised of all youth structures for transparency and accountability purposes. Because what we are confronted with now is the ANC doing cadre deployment with those structures so that they can prove their loyalty through their conferences. Most of the programs brought to our people are not really what the youth in the villages need to change their economic status. We want programs that speak to both educated and uneducated youth in our villages and townships. Before anything else, let's address the issue of unemployment graduates who spent 3 to 4 years to acquire a certificate that they hoped it could change their lives, only to find out that they are going to be stuck with a degree or a diploma. They are all now running to PGCE. Why do we continue offering programs that we do not have plans for? Like, for instance, now at the University of Limpopo, we are having many graduates under the program of agriculture. But if we can check how many of them are working, you are just going to be shocked by the stats. So we're saying to this government that let the programs that are being offered in our educational system speak to the aspiration of this country, so that we do not have to find people who are educated in the villages, so that we do not have to find people who are educated stuck nowhere doing nothing. I would also want to touch on the issue of high school, which it is mostly neglected. We have many dropouts from high school. Not simply because those people chose to drop out. It's simply because a teacher was unable to pick a learner that this learner cannot move with the pace that we're required to move, simply because our classes are overcrowded. Last year when I was on marking, I found out that there are special concessions. Those special concession scriptures are for people who are slow learners. But from where I come from, there has never been one person who was depicted to say, when you are a slow learner, therefore we are going to have a special concession with you, you are going to have this time, and you are going to have this type of barking concession for you to prosper. Our people are being insulted and called that they are very slow and therefore they lose morale. They go to the villages, they are stuck with nothing. Then access to funding. Only ANC-aligned structures are lobbied and given access to funding to programs. We would name two from experience. One from Mankweni, I was personally called that there's a program that does not pay people. And that program, for that matter, they are being told what is not on the paper. You sign what is different from what you are told to. And it is meant to empower them and for skills development. The other program is from Wotloko at 8. There's a program that was published that is going to help people with knitting. They're going to bring machines and help them in developing a skill of knitting. But till to date, it has never happened, that program. So we're stuck here and questioning that if the money was issued out, then where did it go to? We then call on the people of South Africa, in particular Limpopo province, to go and register to vote so that they can change what is happening in the province. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Re a leboga, fighter. As we put our hands together, we welcome the last person to close the first debate, Honorable Prince Piri from SASCO. Vu, SASCO, vu.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We have defeated the witchcraft that was attempting to make us fall. Thank you very much, Speaker. Today you see the house is very much beautiful, and the young people here, Chuf and Habli is dominating, while Sasa and those things of a slave is sitting there at home. An economic uprising will not happen, comrades, by chance. When government business, but it will happen when government businesses, educational institutions, communities, and young people come together with one purpose: to equip our youth with skills, create decent jobs, and unlock opportunities for entrepreneurship. Every child should wake up believing I can contribute meaningfully to my country. I can become the first graduate in my family. I can become the first entrepreneur in my home. I can create opportunities not only for myself, but for others. No one is born dreaming of becoming a criminal. Children dream of becoming doctors, teachers, engineers, pilots, lawyers, scientists, artists, and business owners. Crime often grows when hopeless unemployment, poverty, and limited opportunities exist. When society fails to invest in young people, frustration can replace hope. We must acknowledge that the government has not met expectations of young people. Too many young people complete grade 12 with dreams of higher education, only to discover that the gap between the number of matriculants and the available spaces at universities and TVET colleges is enormous. Every year, thousands qualify to dream, but only a fraction secure opportunity to study. We must not forget the thousands of unfunded students and defunded students who meet academic requirements but cannot afford tuition, accommodation, books, and etc. Their dreams are delays, not because of lack of ability, but because of lack of financial support. We must also pay attention to postgraduate students whose research drives innovation, industrial development, and economic growth. A nation that neglects postgraduate education limits its own capacity to compete in the global knowledge economy. Furthermore, every institution of higher learning must fully implement the student charter of the South African Student Congress to its full capacity, as it also speaks to the student economy and the dignity of each and every student and inclusion thereafter. Communities cannot develop while young people remain excluded from the economy. We also need effective management of migration. South Africa benefits from lawful migration skill exchange, regional cooperation. At the same time, illegal immigration must be addressed through effective border management, fair enforcement, and with laws that are in line with our constitution, and effective documentation system so that labor markets are properly regulated and workers are protected from being exploited. And public service can be planned effectively. A well-managed immigration system supports both economic growth and social stability. We need stronger partnership that provides vocational training. There's no need for TVET colleges to continue teaching LO and business management. It must be directly vocational. Young people should not only be prepared to look for jobs, but they should also be equipped so that they are able to create jobs themselves. Developing countries cannot afford to be economies that slow down while poverty and unemployment continues to grow. We must rethink productivity. Our factories, industries, parks, logistics, hubs, call centers, hospitals, transport systems, and construction projects should operate around the clock where practical, economic viable. A 24-hour economy supported, well-planned shift, modern technology, worker protection, and fair labor standards can increase production, attract investment, expand services, create more jobs, and stimulate infrastructure. We can't be sleeping while we are a developing country with no proper infrastructure. We should make sure that the working hours also there must be shift that also deals with that in terms of making sure that we employ our people. Our heroes did not die and sacrifice so that young people can inherit hopelessness. At their best, heroes inspire us, they reveal possibilities. They remind us that ordinary people can achieve extraordinary things through courage, vision, and perseverance. So, with that being said, the children of the poor continues to be in the poor universities, while the children of those who are in power, they are studying overseas. That is why they neglect our institution, and that is why they do not care in terms of making sure that we have enough accommodations in campuses and we have enough support and funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Piri. Honorable Speaker, honorable members and fellow delegates and the members in the gallery, good afternoon. I'll be taking over as the second presiding officer, as alluded by the first presiding officer. And we are now on item 6.2. And we shall now call upon the member of the provincial legislature to move for the second topic. Honorable Nangoda.
My name is Nanguda. I stand to move for the adoption of the motion that reads confronting contemporary challenges through new generation perspectives and broader transformation dialogue inclusive of youth as inspired by the generation of 1976. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nangoda. Any seconder to Honorable Helm?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I move that I second this motion. Thank you.
We shall now refer to the speakers list, and the first honorable member to open the debate is Honorable Honest.
Honorable Speaker, because I feel like standing here before the progress report being presented, it's like Kivinala Moropa Kushis Wajwell. Honorable Sibola Tao ere the old must die, meaning Nagere the young must step out. Unfortunately, even pastors who want to get to heaven, they don't want to die to get there. Honorable members, today I do not stand before you merely to present what has already been said year after year. I stand here on behalf of thousands of young people across Limpopo who are tired of seeing their realities discussed but not changed. Our challenges are well known. We continue to face high unemployment, limited economic opportunities, poverty, inequality, and the growing crisis of substance abuse. Many of these social challenges are fueled by hopelessness, boredom, and the inclusion of young people from meaningful economic participation. We are not short of talent. We are not short of ideas. We are simply short of opportunities. Every year we gather in this youth parliament. Every year we present recommendations and solutions. Every year government listens, applauds, and promises actions. Yet when we return the following year, we find ourselves presenting the very same challenges and the very same recommendations. It feels as though we are singing the same song while nothing changes. The time has come for us to move beyond speeches into accountability. As we commemorate the legacy of the youth of 1976, we honor their courage and sacrifice. But we must also ask ourselves, what will they expect from us? They did not merely identify problems. They confronted them with courage and determination. We cannot continue quoting the heroes of yesterday while failing to act on the challenges of today. That is why the 2026 Limpopo Youth Parliament must leave behind more than resolutions on paper. We must demand establishment of Limpopo Youth Parliament Oversight Committee. This committee must work throughout the year to monitor, evaluate, and engage with government departments on the implementation of every resolution adopted by this parliament. Recommendations without implementations are simply words. Young people deserve measurable progress, regular feedback, and accountability. Enough is enough, honorable members. Our generation must not be remembered as one that spoke well but achieved little. We refuse to be labeled a generation that failed where previous generations succeeded. We are ready to lead. We are ready to serve. We are ready to be held accountable. Young people in this province are educated, skilled, semi-skilled, innovative, and capable. We should not only consult, we should be entrusted with positions of responsibilities where we can contribute meaningfully to policy implementations, economic development, entrepreneurship, innovation, and public services. By empowering young leaders, government will not only transform individuals' lives, but will create opportunities that uplift entire communities and bring many more young people into the economy. Our message today is simple. Stop seeing young people as the leaders of tomorrow. We are the partners of today. Give us responsibilities, give us accountability, give us an opportunity to prove that we can build the Limpopo we all envision. Let this 2026 Limpopo Youth Parliament be remembered not as another gathering of speeches, but as a moment when youth voices become youth action. And when government committed only to listen, but to implement. Honorable members, re sehleng sa dikgetho sa pušo selegae. Re a boipiletšo go thekela tše dingwe tša di-challenges tše re kopanago le tšone bjale ka baswa. Re a boipiletšo go baswa across the length and breadth of Limpopo province to go and visit IEC and register to vote. Not only to vote, but on the 4th, letšatšing la di-4, kgweding ya November, ngwageng wa ketepedi tshela. Re ye mo di-stationeng, re o vouta, mme re se ka vouta fela. Re bo gape, the recommendation number 1, re bone go na le baemedi ba di-PMTs, local municipalities. In Limpopo, we've got approximately 27, with 5 districts included. Re a boipiletšo go South African Local Government Association, gore ka mogara di-office tša mmasepala, go ne le di-office tša baswa. Of course, sentse yo occupy makhanselare, o ipiletšo go bo-speakera, mayara, gore ba re thuši go lwantšha tlhoba boroko e ya go tsenya baswa ka mogara dimmasepala. A re fele le moo, Office of the Premier is here. Re le baswa ba Limpopo. We also want to form part and parcel of the provincial sphere of government cabinet. The Office of the Youth Directorate, re a boipiletšo gore re lebeleleng ka leitlho le botho. Le re feng mabone, ke a leboga.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Ramogayan. We shall now call upon Honorable Thabang Masola to come to the fourth. And when you are coming here, could you please move the microphone next to your mouth. Thank you very much.
Honorable Speaker, let me greet everyone in this house this very day in the wonderful name of our Lord Jesus Christ. I therefore stand on the topic number 2. The generation of 1976 did not simply protest, they changed the course of our nation's history. They confronted injustice with courage and reminded South Africa that young people are not leaders of tomorrow, but they are leaders of today. 50 years later, our battle have changed, but our responsibility has not. We face unemployment, inequality, poor access to quality education, and mental health challenges. Gender-based violence, substance abuse, and the rapid transformation brought by technology and artificial intelligence. The question before us is not is whether we will respond with the same courage, innovation, and determination as the youth of 1976. The new generation must move beyond waiting for opportunities and become creators of opportunities. We must embrace entrepreneurship, digital skills, innovation, and community leadership. We must participate in decision-making spaces where policies affecting young people are developed, ensuring that youth voices are heard, respected, and acted upon. Transformation cannot happen without meaningful youth inclusion. Government, businesses, civil society, educational institutions, and faith-based organizations must work together with young people. Not merely for them. Young people are not beneficiaries of development. They are partners in development. As we honor the legacy of 1976, let us remember that every generation has its own struggle. Their fight was for political freedom. Ours is for economic freedom, quality education, social justice, and equal opportunities for every young South African. Honorable Speaker, we are scared of what will happen in the future because we are excluded in most of the programs in Limpopo. What we receive always are empty promises about youth, and we are not taken serious as young people. And even today, we are here as young people in a program called Youth Parliament, but not included in the arrangements and the briefings. In fact, we are just instructed as if we are high school children. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, we are aware that most of our members of parliament are over 60. Even in municipalities and various departments, those in high positions are over 60 and aiming for 65 and 70. While young people are at home and with qualifications in political administration and political management, they are not given a chance in parliament or in municipalities. Speaker, we therefore recommend that you do expand youth parliament and committee sittings and public participation to have dedicated youth seats and youth-led agendas in your items. Let history remember us, the generation of today, as that choose solution over complaints, unity over division, innovation over limitation, and hope over despair. The future of South Africa is not something that we inherit, but is something we build together with young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tabamasola. We shall now call upon Honorable Molokopula from the DPSA. Okay.
Ke a le dumedisa ka moka. I greet you all in the August House. My name is Moloko Pula from DPSA, Disabled People South Africa, and I am Miss South Africa Disability First Runner-Up. Honorable leaders, fellow youth and partners in development, I greet you today proud, as young proud women with disability, representing Disabled People South Africa. Our theme is Economic Uprising for the next 5 years, Partnership for Skills, Job and Youth Development. Remind us that transformation is not a distant dream, but a responsibility we must carry forward with agency and courage. Inspired by the generation of 1976, we too must rise and confront contemporary challenges with new perspective and bold dialogue. As a young woman with disability using a wheelchair, I live in a village where the streets are not wheelchair friendly. Every day it's hard for me to wake up and go to work because of the physical barriers around me. Yet we always talk about inclusivity. Inclusivity must mean more than words. It must mean more accessible infrastructure, equal opportunities, and dignity practice. That is why I urge us to engage directly with our councillors to ensure that local realities are addressed alongside the national policies. Government has introduced skills development programs through TVET colleges, digital hubs, and learnerships. There are employment equity policies aimed at integrating women and persons with disability into workforce. National Youth Development Agency provide funding and mentorship for youth enterprises. Campaigns against gender-based violence and femicide are gaining traction. With stronger laws and awareness drives, disability inclusion is recognized in a national policy framework, though implementation remains inconsistent. These initiatives show progress, but reality is that unemployment, exclusion, and inequality remains pressing challenge. While we speak of economic uprising, we must also confront the uncomfortable truth. Too often, these premises remain unfulfilled. Policies look strong on paper, but implementation gaps mean they failed in practice. Skills training is offered. Yet many young people, especially those with disability, find themselves excluded because of facilities and inaccessible. We hear of job creation, but a skill mismatch persists. Youth are trained in areas that do not align with market demand, leaving them skilled but still unemployed. Dialogue platforms exist, but too often they are symbolic. Youth engagement without influence is not a dialogue, it is a tokenism. Funding is announced, but resources constrained and delays stall progress. And while campaigns against gender-based violence are visible, women, girls continue to face violence daily, undermining empowerment efforts. In these challenges are not addressed urgently, the vision of economic uprising risk becomes theoretic rather than reality. Youth may lose trust in government, partnership may weaken, and inequality deepen. Hopefully, solutions and inspiration, but challenges we face are not the end of the story. We the generation of 1976 showed us that resilience and courage can encourage the course of history, can change the course of history. Today, our generation must bring creativity, innovation, dialogue to the forefront of transformation. We can turn gaps into growth, but building accessible skills program, we ensure that every young woman, persons with disability, including those that has tools to thrive. By expanding women economic empowerment initiative, we unlock the full potential of half of our population. By creative, inclusive entrepreneurship hubs, we enhance the innovation. By institutionalizing youth government dialogue, we ensure that our voices are not symbolic, but central policy making. This is how we build trust, accountability, and share owners of the transformation agenda. Agency is undeniable, but agency does not mean despair. It means action. Within the next 5 years, we can realistically achieve measurable progress. Reducing youth unemployment, increasing disability inclusion, strengthening fight against gender-based violence, and embedding youth leadership in development stage. Honorable leaders, the economic uprising is not just about jobs. The skills is about dignity, equality, hope. It is building South Africa where no one is left behind. As a young woman with disability, I stand here not to ask for charity, but to demand partnership together with the government, civil society, and the private sector. We can transform criticism into creativity, into opportunities. Inspired the generation of 1976, let us rise again, this time not for freedom alone, but for inclusive prosperity, and let us remember the principle that must guide every step of this journey. Nothing about us without us. The time is now, responsibility is ours, and the future is waiting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mulugubula. We shall now call upon Honorable Ntlubuko Malulek from MK. And you are allocated 5 minutes.
Greetings to the Honorable Speaker, honorable members, fellow young people of Limpopo and South Africa, and special greetings to His Excellency, President Jacob Zuma. We gather under the banner of the generation of 1976. 50 years ago, young people, younger than most of us who are in this chamber, picked up stones, not because they loved violence, but because they knew they deserved better. They were tired of being spoken about and not spoken to. That is the reason why today they gave us an order paper that was not discussed with young people. They gave us a voice. Today we demand power and space. Honorable Speaker, let us speak plainly. Unemployment is the biggest contributor to the social ills drowning our province. When a 24-year-old with a diploma walks in the streets of Seshego, Malamulele, Genfest, Tabazimbi is told, no experience, no job. That is not rejection, that is humiliation. The humiliation breeds what we see every day. Substance abuse hollowing out our streets, mental health crisis in our communities, poverty in homes where graduates are still dependents at the age of 35. Unemployment is not just an economic statistic. It is a mental health emergency. Tell me if it's possible that you can come back from a heavy day at work and come back and kill your girlfriend just because something went wrong between the two of you. Keep us busy. You're going to deal with GBV. We are told to go to the higher institutions when we are lucky to get funding. But Honorable Speaker, there is a serious mismatch. We graduate with degrees in theory while the workplace demands skills in coding, agro-processing, mining beneficiation, renewable energy, artisan trades, and the list is long. Our institutions are producing graduates for 1996 while the economy of 2026 is moving on without us. I'm a graduate. I've never worked a day in my field. And then the ultimate insult is that you need 2 to 5 years of experience required for entry level. Where are we supposed to get that experience? Maybe you enlighten us today. Any dialogue about land, jobs, education, and safety that does not put youth at the decision table is a lie. We will not be micromanaged. We will not be invited for selfies, then excluded from budgets. Wherever land is allocated, we demand presence. Wherever jobs are created, we demand presence. Wherever curriculum is designed, we demand presence. Wherever safety in our communities is planned, we demand presence. Because if you plan for us without us, you're planning for us to fail, and we're not going to fail because of you. Honorable Speaker, let us talk about the promises that were given in this province. We were told 8 years ago that in the Musina Makaru SZ there will be a lot of young people working there. There's nothing to show. 8 years ago, we were told that the people of Skokun will be getting jobs. There's nothing to show. Many years ago, the people of Limpopo promised that Mashashani Hatchery and the Libochom Abattoir, maybe the mayor of Lipelukumbi will tell us if there's something happening in Libochom Abattoir. I'll wait. Instead, you give us, where are the jobs? Show us the payrolls. Show us the factories that are running 24/7 people. Instead, you give us EPWP jobs. You're saying we must be grateful. Honorable Speaker, 3.5 for sweeping streets is not beneficiation. It is poverty management. And then poverty stays in here. We demand proper beneficiation. We want shares. We demand agro-processing plants. Let me leave it. We demand agro-processing plants owned by youth co-ops. We demand mining contracts, not just casual labor. We demand that the wealth under our feet must build factories, not just fill someone's offshore account. The youth of 1976 said, we are not children, we are going to fight. The youth of today, we are saying, we are not the future, we are the today, and we are going to occupy space by fire, by force. You cannot confront contemporary challenges with yesterday's thinking. You cannot solve youth unemployment with workshops and posters. You must stop it. You cannot speak of transformation while keeping all decision-making power in rooms where no one who's under 35 is present. So to the government, stop lying to us. Stop announcing projects that die on paper. Stop using us as statistics. We want fellow South Africans to open their eyes. We are going to the local government elections. Go and make sure that you use your voice the right way and vote for the MK party. Gwasa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkobuko Malulek. We shall now call upon Honorable Sidney Muswani from Kintega Mabuya Foundation.
Honorable Speaker, we are called upon to confront contemporary challenges through new generation perspectives and broader transformation dialogue inclusive of youth. The theme before us, which seeks to set in motion an economic uprising for the next 5 years, a period which happens to coincide with the 2026 to 2031 municipal electoral term, the last 3 years of which will be the first 3 years of the 8th administration. It is my fervent hope, Honorable Speaker, that some of the young people seated in this chamber today will return here in the 8th administration as sworn members of this legislature. That, Honorable Speaker, is the real broader transformation inclusive of youth that we must place on the table. The generation of 1976 did not march for symbolic dialogue. They marched for quality education as the foundation of economic agency and human dignity. 50 years later, this new generation must insist that our constitutional democracy delivers not only the right to speak, but the right to be heard and the right to see measurable results. We are not here today as individuals speaking for ourselves. We are the voices of the hundreds of thousands of young people across this province who have sent us to this chamber. When this House rejects or ignores motions that seeks to give practical effect to our proposals, it is not merely rejecting a procedural or substantive request. It is telling the hundreds of thousands of young people that their new generation perspectives do not matter, that this government hears only what it chooses to hear, and that only its own voice prevails. Honorable Speaker, if we are serious about an economic uprising for the next 5 years, we must first reflect on the last 5 and ask how many of the youth resolutions and recommendations emanating from the predecessors of this youth parliament have actually been implemented and thereby generated measurable results that we can be proud of. The lived reality for thousands of young people in Sekhukhune and across Limpopo remains one of high youth unemployment, skills mismatches, and limited pathways into sustainable economic participation. Without a dedicated, continuous oversight and implementation tracker, our annual sitting here risks becoming 4 hours of powerful rhetoric followed by 12 months of institutional silence. Section 105 of the Constitution demands that public administration be accountable. The Public Finance Management Act demands that accounting officers report on performance against objectives and that public funds deliver value. The Constitutional Court have repeatedly affirmed that oversight must be active and effective. Accordingly, Honorable Speaker, the motion that we have moved earlier proposes that this youth parliament adopts the following resolution: that a 10-member Limpopo Youth Parliament Oversight and Implementation Committee be established, balanced with representation across all 5 districts with gender parity and meaningful inclusion of persons with disability. This committee carries a mandate to meet at least quarterly to maintain a public implementation tracker of all youth parliament resolutions to receive quarterly reports from relevant departments on youth responsive budgeting and outcomes, and to report to each subsequent youth parliament, as well as the legislature's relevant oversight committee. That this resolution be transmitted forthwith to the Honorable Speaker of this provincial legislature with the request that the legislature consider, through its relevant portfolio committee, the introduction of such enabling measures as may be necessary to institutionalize these mechanisms and to place a formal obligation on the executive to account for the implementation of youth parliament resolutions. In Limpopo be represented at the 2027 Youth Parliament next year. This way, Honorable Speaker, this Youth Parliament does not become a single-day rhetoric, but an active voice of youth in the province, thereby achieving the very broader transformation inclusive of youth we are called to speak on. I can assure you, Honorable Speaker, out of respect for the rule of law, should this resolution not be implemented, when it was actually formally agreed upon in this House, we will bring a review, we will bring your decision under review, and this dialogue on the implementation of Speaker, as I close, let the record of this sitting show that the new generation with new perspectives did not only speak, we insisted on being counted, on being tracked, on being held to the standard of delivery that the sacrifices of 1976 made possible. Ke a leboga, Speaker ya hlomphegang.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muswan. The last speaker on the speakers list is Honorable Kamogelo Diago. Honorable Diago.
Greetings, honorable members. I'm Kamogelo Diago from the University of Limpopo Institution. I'm representing the Albinism SA. When I had this proposition of the presentation, I didn't take it seriously. I took it lightly. I was not even interested. But I took time and dwelled into this topic. Then that's when I found some sort of interest in it, especially looking at the Soweto uprising. 50 years ago, in June 1976, the youth of Soweto marched against apartheid guns with nothing but only stones and songs. They fought for basic human rights, proper classrooms, and textbooks. As the 1976 student leader, Tsietsi Mashinini, famously declared before the march, I quote, "We are not going back, we are going forward," which is what I say. We are going forward. Today in this chamber, we are moving forward, but we are fighting the same battle with smartphones and degrees. Though the tools have changed, but the struggle is not. If we are to achieve a true economic uprising for the next 5 years, we cannot treat our challenges as isolated issues. Our education, our economy, and our healthcare are completely interlocked. Today, I stand to present a new generation blueprint that connects our past, confronts our present, and builds our future by interlocking these three sectors for the smooth transformative dialogue. We're going to look at the educational sector. Honorable members, our broader transformation dialogue must begin where the generation of 1976 stood. 1976, leaders Mafi Morobe once reminded us that liberation means asking, I quote, "What sort of education do you want?" Today, we do not have education. We do not have the education we want because our present is trapped in a literacy and infrastructure crisis. In rural schools across Vembe and Capricorn, learners pass matric but cannot read for meaning. The progress in international reading literacy study in 2023 proved that 80% of South Africans grade 4 children, they cannot understand what they read. We are mass producing certificate instead of workplace skills, directly sabotaging our 5-year job market goal. Our school infrastructure remains lacking. Civil rights groups like Section 27 report that hundreds of Limpopo schools completely missed the legal deadlines to fix sanitation. Children in Sikukune are still subjected to unsafe pit toilets, directly mocking the memory of the tragic Michael Komape's case. Many 21st century learners are forced to undertake lessons in dilapidated classrooms with no science laboratories or libraries. This environment breeds despair, feeding directly into the school dropout crisis. Limpopo has one of the highest teenage pregnancy rate in South Africa, with a very young girls giving birth, hence forcing them out of school permanently. We cannot build an economy uprising on classrooms lacking basic resources. The future demands that we implement a state-funded leadership development ward initiative, turning public libraries into a free, accessible resource for all learners and schools into a first priority when it comes to investment of properties. This also counting the need to introduce national inspectors to regulate and administer the needs for youth towards building a more open environment for job opportunities and training. We look at our socio-economic sector. The crisis in education spills directly into our socio-economic reality. In 1976, our youth fought for political freedom, but now we are fighting for absolutely economic survival. But still the doors to the job market are completely locked. Our youth are economically excluded and frustrated. This anxiety, it also moved to the online platforms, where young people face vicious online attacks, hate crimes, scams, cyberbullying, and other forms of attack. With no modern digital safety policies in our schools, these targeted online attacks cause severe depression, school phobia, and high suicide rates. Frustrated by these constant issues, our communities fell into the March to March movement, where they were sweeping the country, driven by a deep economic desperation. This movement was set on the 30th June that triggered massive anti-migrant protests in major hubs to achieve a real economic uprising over the next 5 years. If we want to do that, we must move from job seekers to industrial creators. First, we must establish a state-backed youth development venture fund targeted specifically at youth cooperations in various giant fields that can deal with provisional of jobs for local provision skills and preserved resources for the future generations. Even our medical sector, people are struggling even though our healthcare infrastructure has completely broken down. Major localized tertiary facilities are permanently overcrowded. Rural clinics lack proper accommodation for staff, face constant shortages of beds and linen, and regularly run out of life-saving medicines. Vulnerable patients are routinely forced to sleep on cold casual floors. Why is that? Because there's nothing that is being done. This infrastructure failure is tied directly to a severe shortage of healthcare workers. This institutional negligence of the workforce leads to a terrible service and exhausting 6 hours waiting queues. As of this fact, our healthcare system has become entirely reactive rather than being active. True healthcare transformation means pivoting from treatment to aggressive prevention. We must launch specialized 24-hour youth-friendly clinic corners across all the communities, health centers, staffed by peer counselors who offer non-judgmental sexual services after school hours. We must launch large-scale public health driven on social media such as WhatsApp, Facebook's broadcasted entirely in Sepedi, Stongach, Venda, focusing on distributing free self-test kits using the mobile clinics. As I conclude, Tsietsi Machinini and Mofi Morobe and the other heroic youth of 1976 altered the entire trajectory of South African history through raw courage. That was our past, and we will honor it. Our present is sustained by confronting painful realities, not with empty slogans, but with unyielding truth, focusing on the ultimate parliamentary mandate of developing our future through equipment of the youth 2026. The future does not belong to the elite. It belongs to us. Let us work for it and do better. Now our disabled people, they say they prioritize them when they for job opportunities, but that is just something written on paper. It's not true. People are suffering right now as we speak. Ke a leboha, ndiareboha, inkomu. I thank you.
Inkomu. Na Kansas Shinene. Malibongwe. We're going to call upon Honorable Nhlamulo Machevele, who's the leader of COSAS in the province. Am I correct? I'm not, ne? Honorable Vutomi. Okay. My apologies for that, because my co-presiding officer had pointed to me that. My apologies for that. We are on item 3, which is a topic on an analysis of economic participation, challenges and innovative systems improvement views by the South African youth. We are going to call upon a mover for this motion, for this topic. Topic number 3. Yes, Honorable Mari.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I rise to propose that this House adopt this item 6.3.
Thank you very much. Any seconder to that? Honorable Jump.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second for the adoption of this item 6.3. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The first speaker to open the debate is Honorable Tina Vuyo Mbezi from the Deaf South Africa. With a round of applause. Let's sustain it until she gets to the stage. Over to you, Ceci.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Honorable Speaker. I'm here to represent people with disabilities, specifically DEFSA. Sorry?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I think She's leaving you behind.
Yes.
Yeah, so let's do the eye contact. Okay.
Honorable Speaker, I am here to talk about the problems that the deaf community have, especially when it comes to economic participation and public support. Us as people with disabilities have very few economic opportunities. But first, before I get to that, I would like to thank thank you, the province, for the already existing programs that help us. Even with that, there are still challenges that we still face. Even when we do achieve, there are not enough support for our organizations. We are still looking for support from the society, especially because the society still has negative stigma towards us, and do not yet recognize sign language properly, South African Sign Language properly, whether in education, whether in justice, or even within families and caregivers. We cannot properly get funding for our organizations, for our businesses, because of that negative stigma towards us. A lot of us are not only discriminated because of our deafness, but because of others being of other marginalized groups, such as being black as well as being a member of the LGBTQ. So as a young black woman, it is very difficult to get that support, and our problems still continue. How people view our businesses will always be, it seems it is affected by those views. So us as as young deaf youth, many times I'm sorry, we're still looking for the promises so that we can continue having proper communications. When asking for funding, we're hoping that organizations for accommodate deaf youth as well as sign language, South African Sign Language, and for our economical participation. Uh, our programs for deaf youth that is taught in sign language, and that includes those who are in rural, who are from rural areas, because the economy cannot be built while excluding us from it. The team, the country, and the province are also losing when we lose, right? Because without the proper support of people with disabilities, including the deaf community, and our businesses, we need we need that our economy the economy of deaf people relies on sign language. So we cannot continue to be left outside. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbete. We shall now call upon Honorable Kimberly Mukatsani from the Economic Freedom Fighters.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chief Whip of the Official Opposition, Honorable Commissar Hotazo Mogwane, a leader of an official opposition, Honorable Lawrence Mapol in absentia. Greetings to the honorable members and participants. My name is Kimberly George Mukachan. We are now embarking on a program or the topic that says an analysis of economic participation challenges and innovative system improvement views by the South African youth. I want to start by saying that poverty is a state of mind. Honorable Premier of Limpopo, you are the true resemblance of Musadu Jua or Musadu Kichwa, because in the center of our problems, unemployment, youth, they still to be having challenges. In the center of each and everything that we are confronted with as young people, we are unemployed. We are frustrated as young people. Students in the TVET colleges that we move across the province, they are now homeless. They are no longer having residences because of negligence as Mossad. We hoped that you are going to be our mother in the province. We hope that you are going to be the solutions to the problems that we are confronting.
It will be wrong of us to allow you to speak in a language that is unparliamentary in this house. This house respects and recognizes women. Therefore, you cannot just stand here and say, Musadi Wachobolo in this house. That is very out of order. And we won't allow you to continue with that tone. Before you proceed with your speech, please keep your language in mind. Be mindful of your language. And before you proceed, we would like you to withdraw that word.
Another point of order, Chair. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the speaker on platform further or firstly referred to women as the train. Unfortunately, I come from an organization that respects women, and I don't know, because I'm not a full-time member of this august house, whether you refer to women as the train in this sitting. But I think it's out of order, it's unparliamentary, it's inhuman, whether it was referred, whether it's a word that was used in the previous past. We are living in a new society, and I think I appeal to the honorable member on podium from the bottom of my heart, as a man who we share the same gender, to humbly withdraw and respect women, because me and him comes from the womb of a woman. Thanks, Honorable.
Thank you very much. Order sustained. Please proceed and withdraw before you proceed.
No, thanks very much. But it is not my case that people they do not do the Makwad Kolong. But I withdraw, Honorable Speaker. Job mismatch. No job without experience. No experience without job. Majority of graduates with degrees and diplomas do not match what employers need in mining, agri-tech, manufacturing industries, simply because of the colonial educational system. We are in the center of these problems because of the government of today does not have the proper solutions to the problem that we are confronted with. Structural barriers. Limpopo is one of the provinces that contributes to the high rate of unemployment across the country, with 55,000 job loss alone List of the jobs that are in the province are filled with connections and the so-called cater deployment of the ruling party in the government. Hence, those who qualifies are unemployed. Honorable Premier, we want you to consider the fact that in the problems that we are confronted with, we are coming as far as from Tabazimbi, we are coming as far from Lepellenkumpi in Lewahomu municipality, wherever there are young people who are unemployed. For us to go to Sukukuna, to go and do what we call the job hunting, it is extremely difficult because we do not have money. We do not have data to can make those applications that are done online. We plead with you, Honorable Premier, to say that in each and every municipality, go and implement what we call a free Wi-Fi connectivity for our people to go and apply for jobs freely without any disturbance. You know, there is a certain bribe that we are confronted with as young people, unemployed as we are. 370 cannot even enable us to go buy proper cosmetics. We say to that, Honorable Premier, in a province that you are governing, can you please have an overlook around it that all young people whom are unemployed, can you please just give them stipend of 1.5 sham? Those whom just got matric, to can simply just thank them for the dedication of academics that they put in our struggle. And then with the post-matric people, at least 2,000 sham, it will enable them to can go and do the job hunting. That will enable us as young people that where we are employed, we see we have submitted our CVs. We only see people wearing orange overalls every day. We don't even know where are these people being hired, when and what time. But in the nutshell of it, they are being exploited as young people across the province with just a minimum salary of 3,500, which you cannot even go buy a simple bread. Majority of us as young people here, we are parents, and then we cannot even afford to take care of our kids. So, Honorable Premier, we do not want EPWP from now. We want proper jobs, sustainable jobs. We want to go and work in the mines, because from the private colleges, we have got those qualifications. We are qualified engineers. We are qualified artisans. Therefore, in this particular regard, Honorable Premier, we are going to make your office our permanent dancing floor in this regard, that no jobs, we are going to sit in our office, and you see us that we are unemployed and paid as we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We shall be on the dance floor until all our demands are met. We are going to call Honorable Queen Butsietsi. But she's Miss SA Disability. Miss Queen Honorable Khapula. She's going to be addressing from where she is seated. You may proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, honorable members of Limpopo Provincial Youth Parliament, fellow delegates, Dumelang. My name is Queen Butsietsi Khapola. I am Miss South Africa Disability 2025-2026. Today I speak on what the difference between Miss South Africa Kawekazi Malezelan and I, Queen Butsietsi Khapola. It's because I've been voicing out, asking for funds for my foundation. No one helped, but all the people are promising. Honorable Chair, I will start with the reality of yesterday's delegates. When we came across Leboahomu, there was no accessible buildings to accommodate us, especially people with disability who are using wheelchairs. Yo, re sentseng Afrika Borwa, bogolofadi ga se lepheko, ga re kgone di tsenela dishopong ra kgone di thekela bogolofadi. Re gopola gore le re naganeleng, le rena re baswa, re nyaka go tshwana le baswa ba bang. We are not here to feel pity gore re le kweleng bohloko. Re gopola le kweng sello sa rena bjale ka bagolofadi ba e le gore ke baswa. Le rena re gopela mešomo. Premier re kgopela gore o recognize baswa ba e le gore ba phela ka bogolofadi ka malapeng a bo bona. A se di-blompot, a se dilo tsa go kgabišwa. Nna bjalo ka mogolofadi wa e le gore o emetse bagolofadi ba bang Afrika Borwa, ke re ke kgopela gore bagolofadi ba tšwele pepeneneng, ba tšwele ka montle le gona ba itirele mešongwana bona. Ga ra fiwa ka go swana ka dithutong, ba bang ba filwe ka matsogong. So ke kgopela gore Office of the Premier le ba recognizing as well. Re na le bagolofadi ba e le gore ke di-musician, re na le bagolofadi ba e le gore ba kgone go itirela dilo ka matsogwana a bona. So ke kgopela gore le bona le ba recognizing taba ye ya age ya re bolaya re le bagolofadi. Bogolofadi jwa rena ba fapana, ba re at the age of 35 you are no longer allowed to work. So re le bagolofadi rena re tšitela ke bogolofadi jwa rena, re dutse ka malapeng go thoma o re o ya sekolong go late ke age ela e go tietse ka ntle. At the age of 35 o dutse ka lapeng ga o kgone go ditirela, o lebeletse yona mphewa fela e leng yona 2.4 e le gore e palela le ko gore rekela grocery e le gore e tlo re lasta the whole month. So ke na le tshepo e kgolo gore Office of the Premier o tla dira toka ka rena bagolofadi le rena ra ba le mešongwane e re e dirang. La hwetša bagolofadi e le di-receptionist di-institution tše ka moka ka dipetlele le di-private sector le di-government sector. Nna ke le moemedi wa bagolofadi Miss South Africa Queen Botšetše gapola ke re bagolofadi ga se lepheko and bagolofadi a se di-blompoti ba ska utiwa ka mo malapeng. Ke kgopela gore le berekišane le rena go setšha bagolofadi ka mo malapeng. Ke kgopela Office of the Premier nke le ka romela ma-social worker gore ba ye ka mo malapeng. Each and every household ba checke bagolofadi ba e le gore ba utlwilwe ba ja ditšhelete tša bona tša SASSA ka baka la gore re ratiwa ka baka la SASSA. Ge e le gore ka be go sena le SASSA be re ka se ratiwe. So ke kgopela gore le thušaneng le ba botšeng ba molao ma-social worker gore ba tsene ka mo malapeng. Re na le ma-home base ka baka la gore ma-home base ga tsena ka mo malapeng ba ba raka ba ba kitimiša ka dimpša. So ke kgopela gore le pleading le bona gore each and every household e chekiweng go chekiwe mogolofadi gore o hlokometšwe na goba o ratiwa ka tšatši la SASSA fela. Re lapile ke batswadi ba e le gore ba rata ka tšatši la SASSA fela, re nyaka gore ba rate every day. Bogolofadi ga se lepheko ene bogolofadi a re te tsenele ka shopong ra bo reka, ke ntho e le gore re itšere go modimo. So re kgopela le respecteng le rena re batho re needa go ratiwa a rate gore le re filele sorry re na le di-feelings bjale ka lena le rena re kgopela gore le re boneng. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for also sticking to your time, even though you don't see the timer. We really appreciate. The next on the agenda is the Honorable Vutomi Mutana from the UAT. The platform is yours. Let's welcome him as well.
Kanmambo, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members of the Legislature, Hodzo Ma-Afrika. Today we are debating the future of South African youth. The question before us is not whether the youth is having the potential to bring change in South Africa. We are all agreeing that the meaningful political freedom cannot exist without the meaningful economical participation. The youth cannot celebrate freedom while they remain locked out from ownership, inclusive of opportunities, and trapped in unemployment. Honorable Speaker, the numbers can speak. The young unemployment rate from the age of 15 to 35 is sitting at 46.1% as we are speaking. So it's very disappointing to show that South Africa doesn't recognize South African youth. I would like to speak on two challenges that today we are continuing to be denied a meaningful economic participation as youth. The first one is lack of access of funding. As across Limpopo, young people have innovative ideas in agriculture, mining services, tourism, manufacturing, and technology. They are ready to create businesses and employ others. Yet, their dreams are stopped by funding systems that demand collateral and financial history and competent processes that fails them to register to get the funding to fund their businesses. The unfortunate reality is that the opportunity depends on not the quality of the ideas, but depend on who you know and who have assisted already owes you a favor. UAT believes that this must be changed. Funding must become an instrument for economical transformation. Deliberately empowerment for South African youth, women, and persons with disabilities to participate fully in the economy, not merely employed, but being entrepreneurs, employers, and owners of the production of enterprises. The second challenge is the digital devices. Today, we are participating in the economy require digital access. Young people need internet connection to apply for jobs, to register their businesses, marketing their products, accessing funds, and completing a global market. Yet, the numbers don't lie. Compared to the nation, the average of 59% shows that South Africans are not accessing the internet. Honorable Speaker, we cannot speak about the fourth industrial revolution while 6 of 10 households in South Africa are offline, and many young people are struggling to connect for the first digital opportunity. That is why UAT proposed an innovative system to move beyond promising and create an economical participation. First, UAT support the establishment of youth innovative and enterprise zone across the districts in Limpopo, the centers that show combined business inclusive and digital laboratories and artificial intelligence training and mentorship and business registration services and legal support and funding under one roof. Young people in South Africa should work in such a center with an idea of working out with a registered business, a digital skill, and access to funding and pathways to marketing. Secondly, we are proposing a second transparent digital funding platform that brings together all the government funding opportunities into accessible system. The current one, over 20 billion rand is spread across 40 youth and SME fundings. But less than 80% reaches the youth-owned businesses due to fragments that are in place. Young entrepreneurs should not spend months moving around to offices to the other, but they should spend their time building their businesses and creating jobs. Honorable Speaker, Limpopo is blessed with fertilized land, minerals, and tourism potentials, and one of the youth population that is in South Africa. Then that is why the future UAT believes that South Africa can be built when the youth are involved in the participation of the economical freedom. Economical freedom is not achievable when the people who are supposed to build it are merely receiving opportunities. The economical freedom is achievable when young people own businesses, create industry, employ others, and participate in the wealth of their own. We can remove barriers to funding and bridges that to digital and deliberate transformation of our economy to benefit those who are living in and excluded. The youth of Limpopo won't simply inherit the future. They will build it. As the UAT, we are saying, if not now, then when? If not us, then who? Let's get it right. Kani Mambo.
Kadi Mambo. Honorable Frank Khatle is our next speaker from Limpopo Disability Empowerment.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the House. My name is Frank Khatle from Limpopo Disability Empowerment. I'm going to present on the theme and analysis of economic participation challenges and innovative system improvement viewed by the South African youth. Honorable members, this year the South African marked the 5th anniversary of the 1976 Youth Uprising. honoring the courage and resilience of the young people who fought against injustice and demanded equal opportunities. The struggle of 1976 was not only about political freedom, but also about creating society where young people could participate fully in social and economic barriers to education, employment, entrepreneurship, and various economic opportunities. These challenges contribute to a high level of unemployment, poverty, and social exclusion among young people. Talents, creativity, and leadership potential that can boost the economic growth. And in the inclusive economic strengthen communities, reduce inequality, and promote social cohesion. It ensures no young is left behind in South African development. As the country honored the sacrifice made by the youth of 1976, it must also commit to ending all forms of exclusion that continue to affect young people with disability today. The spirit of 1976 called for action to build an economy that is accessible, inclusive, and meet the inspiration of all young people, including those with disability. True freedom, okay, when every young person has the chance to learn, work, and shape South African future. In Limpopo, the economic participation challenges for youth with disabilities is heavily intensified by deep-rooted rural poverty, geographic isolation, and severe structural imbalance. Youth with disability have faced significant barriers to economic participation driven by inadequate access to inclusive education, lack of works, accommodation, and inaccessible physical and digital infrastructure. Key challenges, honorable members, key challenges impacting young people with disability, key challenges impacting young people with disability in the economic landscape include educational and skill gap, physical and digital inaccessibility, stigma and stereotyping, lack of reasonable accommodation whereby employers frequently fail to provide necessary workplace adaptation such as sign language interpretation, screen readers for visually inspired young people. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you very much. The next is Honorable Nhlamulo Machevele from COSAS, the Black and White Army.
In Kosas, we have a saying that goes one condom, one round. I will get there when I'm presenting as to why we use the slogan. Thank you very much. Today, as Kosas, under the leadership of our provincial chairperson, Comrade Jennifer, we're deployed here to come and send or present a very simple message that learners in Limpopo are not prioritized. We hear that you speak about economic participation, but we have to remember that all these things start root ground in high school. Because if the conditions that affect the learner in high schools don't prepare them for the future, then they won't be able to participate in the economy. So firstly, education is the foundation of economic participation. Without quality education, young people cannot meaningfully participate in the economy. Unequal schooling creates unequal economic opportunities. Rural and township learners continue to face overcrowded classrooms, poor infrastructure, teacher shortages, and limited access to ITC. The Department of Education has this tendency of saying that they're developing infrastructure when they bring in those white classes. Those things are cold in winter. Those things, they're freezing. They become freezers in winter. We're freezing in those things. That thing is not development of infrastructure. I want to see the department building new schools made out of concrete, not those things. Because they're useless, really. They're cold. They don't even have the smart board, but class, like amazing. We're tired of those things. We want proper infrastructure. Another thing is when education becomes commercialized, we have realized or we have noted as COSAS that matric learners are being charged for winter classes. That creates a gap between the poor and the rich because it's not every parent who can afford to pay for winter classes. We found that there's a learner. We found that the learners who paid amounts up to 3,000 just to attend and go back home, they eat 1 million one day. It's impossible. 3,000 for 1 week, 2 weeks, it's impossible. The Department of Education pays or they have a budget for enrichment classes, and we don't know why schools charge these unnecessary amounts. So we're saying that the department must come up with an accountability system as to where the money ends up. This is where these issues of corruption start. So we're saying as COSAS that if they don't address them, we will chase them, and we will find them, and we want our money back. And another thing is youth unemployment starts in the classroom. The unemployment crisis cannot be solved without fixing basic education. And also, another thing is that, as COSAS was saying, that the Department of Education must give a provision of free sanitary towels in each and every school. Because why are condoms given for free at clinics, but then sanitary towels must be bought? We're also having an issue with this thing of teenage pregnancy. And in COSAS, we will say 1 round, 1 condom. We are also saying that condoms must be available in each and every school because we can't say that we want to prevent teenage pregnancy if we're not providing those, because if I'm being honest, young people love to experiment. They love to experience. So let's give them solutions or something that they can use to prevent those things from happening. And then instead of us coming back and saying, delay, so condoms must be provided free of charge at schools, sanitary towels free of charge at schools. Also, just to add on, South Africa does not have youth unemployment crisis alone. It has an education to economic crisis. We cannot continue producing matriculants into unemployment. We cannot speak of economic participation while learners are denied quality education. Every classroom without a teacher, every school without a laboratory, every learner excluded because they cannot afford enrichment classes is an act of economic exclusion. The economic struggle of young people begins in the classroom, and unless we transform education, we will never transform the economy. So I'm not done, comrades. I still have a long presentation. I've noticed that the EFF was given 2 platforms, COSAS, we also have other members. So young people, basically in Limpopo.
COSAS, your time is
I'm concluding, just 2 more minutes. Young people in Limpopo. No,
COSAS, what you are doing an additional time.
But then
The
we
time
can't
that
be
we don't
given 5
have.
minutes to address
Please
issues that are
take your
being faced by
seat,
young people.
COSAS, take
5
your
minutes.
seat, and make
But
sure,
we can be
make
called
sure
here.
you submit your memorandum. Make sure you submit that script of yours to the table staff so that whatever issue that is still outstanding can still be captured by this house. Please take your seat.
Okay,
We are
thank you.
going to
Thank you
move
very much.
to the next
As I
item.
conclude,
COSAS, please take your seat.
As I conclude.
COSAS, watinta black and white, watinti COSAS. Please take your seat. I don't want to fight with the black and white army. Please take your seat. I don't want to fight with the black and white army. One condom,
I'd
one
like
round.
to thank everyone here for that time, but the message must
Please
remain
take your
clear.
seat, COSAS.
COSAS will be on the ground. COSAS will be fighting all the injustices that are faced by young people.
Thank you, COSAS.
And we will not allow ourselves
COSAS,
to be undermined.
you are being very, very unfair. I'm going to move for the next item. I'm going to call upon a mover for the next item on the agenda, Honorable Pokani Choris.
No, thanks, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to yourself, Honorable Speaker, the Speaker of the Legislature, MEC Mawai, who happens to be holding the fort for the Premier, MEC Sibanda Kekan, the Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Munama, all honorable members present here, as well as the invited guest. Honorable Speaker, I move that item 6.4, which says, creating enabling conditions for job opportunities and entrepreneurship development for young people, be considered by this August House. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? The hand there at the back, a leader of COSAS.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I stand to second the adoption of item 6.4.
Thank you very much. We'll refer to the speakers list. The first to open the debate. This is our last debate, by the way. Honorable Lekhala Mahlatsi Mathe from SAIC. Thank you very much for that guidance. I will call again for the seconder for the seconder to that item that was moved. It must be an honorable member of this house. Honorable Machete.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me speak from the position of an already established protocol and take this opportunity to second 6.4 as moved by Honorable Pugan. Thanks, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Is Honorable Mate around? Can they come to the front? They're not here, ne? Then allow me to move to Honorable Henry Chweni Paleng from Emotional Equilibrium Mental Health Initiative.
Honorable members and fellow South Africans watching from the margins of an economy that has no room for them, I want to declare that the youth of Limpopo are done begging for a place in an economy that was built on our exclusion. We are told to be patient, we are told to wait our turn, but you cannot feed a generation with patience, and you can certainly not pay rent with promises, and you cannot fulfill a future with speeches. So here is the demand from the youth. Treat youth unemployment like a provincial emergency. Mobilize every department, every municipality, every private company with targets, timelines, and consequences. To be young is to be in a state of working towards your goal to transition from being dependent to being independent. But the youth of this country are like perpetual children, where some will never know independence until their old age. We live with our parents, and finding a 40-year-old man fighting for bread with his mother is more common than otherwise. This is the Ramatuba economy. Joblessness, poverty, constant questioning. Are we truly the youth of today? And while this continues, substances like Nyawope thrive to devastate families and communities already weakened by unemployment. Young job seekers spend about 500 a month on data and transport just to look for work. 84% of young people have to choose between looking for work and buying food. By the time they turn 24, they turn 16, young 10 people have never had a job despite years of looking. Now, the battle for unemployment starts from the ground level in high schools towards tertiary institutions. Deal away with the already failing programs like the BEEI and the EPWP because they are bandits on gaping wounds. Implement work integrated learning. We need mandatory micro internships. Every student completes within 3 days job shadowing stints annually with graduation credits for workplace hours. teach students to safely source remote work via global platforms, run school-sanctioned agencies where the students deliver design, copy, or IT services, introduce financial literacy and entrepreneurship, mandatory workshops on filing taxes, budgeting, and invoicing, school-funded microloans for student-run businesses, modern vocational apprenticeships, offer career guidance and practical skills, offer digital empowerment where increased funding for digital education, expanded interest in access to rural areas. The youth must weaponize the stockpile. 50 billion in annual savings transform stockpiles into lending cooperatives, funding young entrepreneurs. A young person cannot get a job, fund their sponsor job, fund their delivery service and their saloon. And lastly, mental health and wellness. Employment creates hopelessness. We need wellness activities integrated with employability training. Young people cannot build careers if they are drowning in despair. You allocate millions to your own packs, vehicles, and travels, but when the youth asks for jobs, you tell us there's no budget. Mara, there's always a budget for yourselves and never for us. You invite us to forum so you can tell the world you are consulting with us. But when we leave, nothing changes. We are not your decorations, not your photo props, and we are the youth that you are failing. History will record you, will record the presided over will record that you have presided over this destruction of an entire generation. And your name will not be remembered for what you built, but for what you stole. Our hope, dignity, and future. The young people of this province are watching with skepticism, born from years of broken promises. The province unemployment rate increased from 28.2% to 31.7% between the fourth quarter of 2025 and the first quarter of 2026. This crisis is deepening. We are tired of begging for jobs. We are tired of being told to wait for large corporations to diversify. Limpopo has one of the highest youth unemployment rates in the country. Every year we see graduates leaving universities with qualifications glued to debt and hope, only for them to enter an economy that has no space prepared for them. CVs disappear into silence, emails remain unanswered, internships demand experience from people who were never given the opportunity to even gain any. We cannot afford to be consumed by rage. Real resistance in the modern era is not only protesting it, it's creating systems, networks, and influence that outlive corruption and dysfunction. To the young people who are watching today, your struggle is the struggle for our province. We are not the leaders of tomorrow. We are the leaders of today. We resolve youth unemployment now. Manje, namhlanje. Amandla.
Thank you very much, Amantla Awetu. The next is from the Young Communist League, Honorable Dabogom Pahlele.
Madam Speaker, in the interest of time, those who spoke before me have observed all protocol on my behalf. We bring Marxist-Leninist greetings from the file and rank of the Young Communist League of South Africa, the vanguard of working youth, the political home for all young people committed to the ideals of socialism. Today we gather here in this August House of the 7th Administration, afforded only 5 minutes to unpack all packed issues that speaks directly to the hopes, frustrations, and aspirations of millions of young people across the Limpopo province and our nation. The central question before us is simple: how do we create enabling conditions for meaningful employment and entrepreneurship for young people? Honorable members, you'd already know that Limpopo is a province rich in mineral wealth, fertile agriculture, land, and immense human potential, yet thousands of young people wake up every morning without work and opportunities. This contradiction cannot be accepted as normal, honorable members. How can we as a province that feeds the nation still have young people going to bed hungry? With all the tomatoes produced in Zanini, the citrus farms in Zibidiela, the livestock in Palapala farm, how can a young person still sleep on an empty stomach, I continue to ask? How can a province that contributes immensely to South Africa's mining exports still have communities trapped in poverty, confronted by dilapidated infrastructure and poor road networks in Messina, Beggarsford, and Mkholakwen? As Antonio Gramsci would have warned us, Honorable Kwena, that the old world is dying and the new world is struggling to be born. Now we are living in the time of monsters. We see these monsters in the form of unemployment, poverty, inequality, and corruption, underdevelopment, and the marginalization of young people from actively participating in the economy. The task before us, therefore, becomes to ensure that the new world is born characterized by young people who will free us from these monsters by unlocking the economic potential of Limpopo through industrialization and beneficiation. Our province cannot continue to export raw materials while importing finished products. The platinum, chrome, coal, agricultural products produced in Limpopo must create factories, processing plants, and sustainable jobs right here in our community. Madam Speaker, there are valuable lessons we can learn from our countries that have successfully tackled youth unemployment. Germany's dual vocational training system combines education with paid work experience, ensuring young people graduate with practical skills. South Korea invested heavily in innovation hubs and entrepreneurship programs, transforming itself into a global technological leader. Brazil linked public infrastructure projects to youth training and employment opportunities, while Rwanda has built a thriving digital economy through targeted support for innovation and entrepreneurship. Now, because as aspirant communists ourselves, we ought to be scientific in our approach. Drawing from these successes, the Young Communist League proposes to this youth parliament the consideration of four key legislative interventions, just for Madam Speaker. Firstly, a Youth Employment and Apprenticeship Act to expand workplace opportunity for young people. And secondly, Madam Speaker, which I feel that is very important, a Youth Procurement Act that reserves a meaningful percentage of government contracts for youth-owned enterprise. And I think the leader of the ANC, Honorable Phineas Bola, former district chairperson of the YCL, already proposed that there must be 50% that will be reserved to young people, which I believe we must move forward with. Thirdly, a local beneficiation act to ensure that minerals extracted in Limpopo are processed locally, creating jobs and supporting industrialization. And fourthly, a Youth Entrepreneurship Development Fund Act provide accessible funding and support for young entrepreneurs. These interventions will transform people from being job seekers into job creators and active participants in a developmental state. Madam Speaker, let this young parliament send a clear message that the youth of Limpopo are ready to work, innovate, and lead. And they must be given serious responsibility. They must become speakers of this administration. In conclusion, El Comandante Che Guevara would have said that hasta la victoria siempre, which simply means until victory, always. In this last 15 seconds that is left, I want to remind young people that they must go out in their numbers and register to vote. It would be a shame for you to be seated in this august house and not be registered to vote or not knowing where your voting station is located. Thank you.
Indeed, Relebora. Honorable Kamrelo Masinya from the DA is our next speaker. Let's welcome her as well.
Honorable Chairperson and fellow young leaders, South Africa does not have a youth potential different. It has a government delivery problems. Millions of young people are ready to work, ready to build a business, and ready to contribute to our economy. Yet they are held back by the red tape and lack of opportunities, and a system that often exclude them instead of empowering them. The democratical analysts believe that creating a job for young people is not an empty promise. It is about creating and right conditions for opportunities. We must start and run a business. We must start and run a business so that
Order, honorable members.
we must start and run a business. Young entrepreneurs are suffocated by complex regulation delays and high costs. Government must cut red tape and create a truly youth-friendly business environment. Skills must make the real economy. We need practice training, apprenticeship, and partnership with the private sector so that young people gain skills that lead directly to work. We need demand accountability. Youth program must deliver a real result, not report, not conferences, but actual jobs and sustainable business.
On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable members, the youth are not asking for handouts.
Just
We are
hold on
asking
a
for
bit,
a fair
Honorable
chance.
Kamu. Just take your seat and we entertain the point of order that is there.
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Chair, for the stand. I kindly request that may the House please respect the speaker that is speaking, because we allocated the time to every speaker who came and presented their presentation. So let us kindly be quiet when the speaker is speaking. Thank you, Chair.
As you proceed.
Honorable members, youth are not asking for handouts. We are asking fair chance. Let us move from promise to progress. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The last speaker to close the debate for the day is Honorable Prince Mudika from the Council for the Blind.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Firstly, I would like to greet honorable members of this honorable house. My name is Prince Mudika and I'm representing Council for the Blind. Well, we are summoned to debate on the topic that says creating enabling conditions for job opportunities and entrepreneurship development for young people. Now, the question remains, if we are to create enabling conditions, would they be enforced, or we are just here to debate on these things and when we go, they are not enforced and we still remain in the same position? We cannot stretch enough on the issue of high unemployment rates in Limpopo, not to talk of South Africa. There are so many unemployed graduates in South Africa whom are not we have unemployment graduates in South Africa who are struggling to secure employment. Now, if we are to about us debating about the issues that affect our youth, are we also going to turn a blind eye on the things that our government subject us to? For an example, our education system is the one that is failing us because it is more theoretical than practical. And we need practical experience in order for us to can navigate in the market. Now, we are unable to come up with inventions that will be globally competitive as a result of not being able to have those skills that are required internationally or globally. So individuals with disabilities are also on a tense list as workplaces do not have resources that accommodate them. We have so many individuals or programs that are designed for individuals with disabilities, yet they are unable to cater for them. Number one, we have the learnerships that the government may release to say that they are designed for disabled people, but they do not buy gadgets that will help them navigate around and also acquire the skills that they need. We end up going there to sit, not to do anything. So we also have disabled law graduates who are unable to secure practical vocational training, and they are not even offered employment. Some they will be told that we cannot hire you because you're blind and we don't have the resources to cater for you. And we also have skills mismatch and also education gaps in our system. Majority of the youth do have the formal education or qualifications that are required, but due to the corruption in the system, we are unable to secure them employment. And the curriculum itself is also failing us, because if the curriculum was not failing us, why do we have nurses that keep on insulting us when we go to consult? When you go to the clinics, you will hear Ausi Maria saying, "Shuwa it's uyeta, prepare file ya gage." Now, where is that duty of confidentiality that we are always taught about at school? Another thing, without practical experience, one cannot be a professional lawyer, one cannot be a miner, one cannot be a farmer. Hence, we call upon the government to also enforce measures to ensure that our education system is not just theoretical, but also practical. So, you will hear employers in various companies and organizations saying that for you to be able to apply for this position, you must have at least 3 years experience. Where would one acquire that 3 years experience if they just graduated? Now, that is a disadvantage to the youth of South Africa, and if it is not addressed, it is going to be a long-term thing and it will have a negative impact on us. Tertiary institutions such as universities, TVET colleges, and also universities of technology are unable to offer the students with the spaces that are needed. For an example, we have about 900,000 learners that are matriculating each and every year, yet universities or tertiary institutions can also accommodate 100,000 or less, of which 50,000 of them will graduate and 500 will be employed. Now, where are we going as a society? Our learners usually do exceptionally well. Previously, it was that thing of saying that the youth do not have the practical experience that is needed. Now that we have the qualification, where does that put us? We demand that the government change everything that has to do with the policies that they implemented, because obviously they are not enforced. And we also ask the government to expand tertiary institutions and create more skills development programs that are tailored for the provision of practical experience, so that we can have a mindset of an employer, not that of an employee. So, we also believe that another thing that is disadvantaging us as the youth is being unable to access the funds or having sponsorship. We have many governmental grants that are designed to support small businesses, yet they do not reach us. Where are they going? And we also have to confront another issue of saying there are millions that are allocated for the development of our road and also the infrastructure. At the end of the day, so the youth are not considered for funding of their small businesses. And it is difficult for them to even succeed in the market. So the government usually big and successful businesses as they are bringing revenue to this country, and also disregarding informal businesses which are dominant in the country. So we ask that the government also consider that they have to ensure that they address the youth of South Africa, the issues that are faced by the youth of South Africa, to ensure that the youth remain active and also globally competitive. Let's look at issues that persons with disabilities face on a daily basis. Persons with disabilities face stigma and discrimination in hiring and also promotions. We have emphasized this and we cannot stretch enough. Some workplaces are not even accessible for wheelchair users. Even the hotel that we went to, it was not even accessible for wheelchair users, and they had to book another hotel for them. Now, if workplaces, hotels, and other infrastructures that are under development in South Africa are unable to think about individuals with disability, where does that put us? So some workplaces do not even want to hire these individuals. So this is regarded as an insult to people with disabilities, because there are certain skills that we have, but we are unable to showcase them as a result of not being given an opportunity. So that is because many organizations and companies, they do not necessarily prioritize us. Let's look at big law firms such as Bowman's, Cliff Decker and others. They do not even consider taking some of the disabled students to go and do practical vocational training. Now, where will we complete our degrees, our practical experience that is needed for us to be admitted as attorneys and advocates if you do not give them to us? So we call upon the government to mobilize the private sector and also all companies and organizations to ensure that individuals with disabilities are included. With all due respect, I rest my case.
Away with experience, away. Thank you very much to everyone who has participated in the debates. We're moving to the next item, the most anticipated item for the day, which speaks to the progress from last year's Youth Parliament. So we're calling upon the MEC for Provincial Treasury on behalf of the Premier to come and address us.
Presiding officers, Honorable Shai and Honorable Bopela, Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Munama, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Gobeni, Honorable members of the House, esteemed honorable members of the Youth Parliament, without even dragging it further, Honorable Mayor of the local city, my colleague, the MEC for Agriculture, everybody present here. I'm conveying greetings from the Honorable Premier, who would have wished to be here, but due to other very challenging circumstances, she was not able to be here. Honorable Presiding Officer, there is a saying that if you want to know what tomorrow will look like, look at the young people of today. As I look across this chamber, I do not see the leaders of tomorrow. I see the leaders of today. I see innovators, entrepreneurs, problem solvers, and change makers whose ideas have the power to shape the future of not only Limpopo, but of our country. While many young people continue to face unemployment, inequality, crime, and limited opportunities, this generation has the determination to rewrite that history, that story. I can assure you, I now understand why it would have been better to have this before what happens, because there's a temptation to start to respond to what has been raised here before what happened. But I believe as the resolution taken meant that this will be looked into in future. The provincial government is committed to walking this journey with you by investing in education, digital technology and skills, entrepreneurship, and opportunities that prepares you for a changing world. But the future cannot be built only by government. It requires young people who are ready to lead, serve, innovate, and participate actively in our democracy, which is why this parliament, this sector parliament, is a cornerstone, and I believe it should be institutionalized and only have to wait for this month or 2 months, but there'll be tracking mechanisms. Together we can turn today's conversations into practical action and build a Limpopo where every young person has the opportunity to succeed and leave a lasting legacy. To the young people gathered in this house today, your voices did not end where the previous Youth Parliament adjourned. The concerns you raised, the ideas you shared, and the resolution you adopted did not gather dust on a shelf. They became part of government's work and planning. And I'm pleased to inform you that.
Point of order. Point of order.
There's an order upon you, Honorable MEC. Yes, Honorable Kosas.
We are on item number 7, if I'm correct, which we tried to push back to the front, but I see it says progress report on the resolutions. It now seems as if we have ventured into a motivation lecture or something, and we're not receiving a progress report. So I just wanted to ask that we don't deviate from what is written on the agenda and we get a progress report, because some of us are hungry now. It's been very long. But it's been very long. Some of us are hungry. Can we please have a progress report, and then we continue? So if there's going to be a debate, we debate and then we finish. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe he's giving a progress report. If you are listening to him, you'll be able to pick up that it's a progress report. As you proceed, Honorable, let me see.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to take this House through the progress made in implementing those resolutions. And I realize that because I'm saying Speaker, I could not list the most important person, the owner and the driver of this House. The 2025-26 financial year resolution in respect of the 2025 Youth Parliament are as follows. That there is a need for provincial government to strengthen youth-focused ED funding mechanisms by establishing targeted low-interest or risk-tolerant loans and grants, simplifying application processes, and provide financial literacy support, reducing the red tape for funding and ensure creation of funding. And the progress that one would report back to about says, this is being achieved in that, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Presiding Officers, as you all know, the National Youth Development Agency, which is aimed to empower young entrepreneurs through the provisions of grants and loans and access to sustainable market, is being empowered and strengthened to exactly achieve this goal. And in here in Limpopo, there is a fund, seed capital of which is 5 million rand, called Limpopo Youth Fund, which is funded from the fiscals to ensure that this is achieved. And in our view, this is taking shape. And as I've just alluded to earlier, the 60 million rand that the Office of the Premier has set aside as a fund. And I want to encourage you, young people, because I've seen the adverts were out in the last few weeks or so, to take advantage. While it is not just for youth, but youth is part of the stakeholder, main stakeholder, that should be taken care of. Because we're already in the second quarter of the year, of the financial year, and where I'm seated as the MEC, I would like to see spending. And this can happen if youth ventures to go and access that. The next one was that the provincial government should consider phasing out outsourcing of job opportunities to private enterprises while expediting processes toward the insourcing of these opportunities to young people. We must take this opportunity to thank, it's not always usual to thank your opponents, but there is an initiative taken by one party in Parliament which is bringing an insourcing bill. I don't know why your guess is as good as mine. And we are looking at it as an opportunity that this could be done. But here in the province, what we are doing, as we speak now, the provincial treasury has been advised to look into how this can be put to use in a phased manner. And the process is going very well. This is going to expire. Oops. So this matter is close to our hearts, and together we will make sure that as sooner rather than late, even before the passage of the bill itself, and as far as I see and I know, it is going to see the light of day, there will be those services, including those that are mentioned. And I believe it is from this basis that we can report that by the time we come again, we should have been able to report progress. So far, it is just a yellow. We're getting there.
But on the other hand, we're using other mechanisms other than outsourcing itself, but to ensure that we create jobs for young people by introducing a voluntary exit program and early retirement programs for those who can quit the system so that new posts can be created for young people. As much as this is not about outsourcing itself, but it is ensuring that, as most of you have alluded to, that we must be focusing on SNAFE at home, that some of those who have been there but who can give way should give way. And we report that as of this year, we have released almost 300 such. And we believe out of these 300, more posts for young people will be created. And the third one is about leveraging digital technology and developing digital platforms. So the provincial administration will report that has introduced the e-recruitment system as a digital platform that enables especially young people to apply for job opportunities. So we hope that it is making it easier because everyone, everywhere, anywhere can do so. We do note that there is a real issue raised about data and other stuff. But the truth of the matter is that we have to start elsewhere. So due to funding and capacity constraints to implement fully digital platforms and implementation of digital innovation, we are running very slow, but we will get there. We will be tracking on this to ensure that it happens, and it does that. The fourth one is that the provincial government should consider expanding market access and procurement opportunities for the youth by preserving a portion of public and private procurement for youth-owned enterprises. I must indicate that I looked at this as soon as I was given this task to come here, and I checked. During the first quarter ending in June, when I checked there, 18.06% of government procurement was spent on youth-owned businesses. This actually translated into a total expenditure of 695 million rand, which is an improvement from the whole financial year last year. It was only 14%. Within 3 months, we are able, through the system, to track that. We have spent this amount of money on youth-owned enterprises. Our belief is that youth enterprises will always employ young people. Suffice to say, as this is just a way to go, we have to reach a target of 30%. I believe the ideas that we had here today will go a long way in ensuring that you track and do. In fact, where you believe that there is a discrimination or some kind of, please indicate, give examples in future that you applied, you did this, but you qualified, and this is not. General statements won't help us. So the fifth one is that the provincial government should ensure that beneficiation in the minerals and in industries expedited. Of course, this is a very key. It's not achieved, but we're getting there. So we have a Limpopo Development Plan 2025-2030, and in it we prioritize industrialization and mineral resource beneficiation as a strategic key program for the province. I want to report that we have so far expedited, especially the economic zones, special economic zones. Yes, there's work going on, and we are pleased to see that at least some progress is being made. And with the recent approval of Fetago Mutubatse as a special
Honorable, let me
economic
see,
zone,
there's a point of
we
order.
are. Is there?
There's a point of order. Can we allow him to raise that order?
Thank you, Chair. So we're hearing from the Speaker that general statement will not help. Sir, even in this parliament, you generalizing that there is progress is not helping. We need you to give us proper, sufficient information, and that has proof that indeed what you are saying is being implemented and it is functioning within communities. You need to also place in mind that your general statement will also not matter to this House within today's Parliament. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Yes, you may proceed.
Point noted, but uh, where I meant it would mean that as we move along with issues that could assist us to do, that's why I had to illustrate even in percentages what we mean in the progress regarding the business owned by young people. The next one is that the provincial government should strengthen partnerships with community organizations to scale up psychosocial and vocational training hubs by the end of the financial year. So the Department of Social Development in this regard is funding non-profit organizations that provide psychosocial support. And the possible scaling up of vocational training is dealt with through the Provincial HRD Council chaired by the Premier. This has not been achieved sufficiently, and as a result, it is regarded as a yellow rather than an achievement. The seventh one, that the relevant department should support the inclusion of emotional intelligence and mental wellness in TVET and public education curricula by the end of the 2025-26 financial year. The province sits in the Provincial Artisan Development Committee, where issues of skills development issues related to curriculum are discussed. It also participates in the National HRD Council. I must report to the House that recently we visited an FET college in Sikukuni in Elias Motswaledi, where we saw in action that some of the young people who are learning different artisan skills, etc., are being utilized even in some of the government businesses such as the GNT buses. Those who are learning mechanics there are being taken directly there to help fast track the repair and maintenance of buses. If this can be scaled up, next time when we report back, we should be able to see how this integrating workplace training and skills training to workplace platforms that could assist in ensuring that there is proper integration. And the last one, Honorable Speaker, that the provincial government should promote youth participation in policy and governance to ensure that young people have a voice in shaping the policies that affect their lives, fostering ownership and accountability. I would like to report that this was achieved in that the Youth Development Directorate in the Office of the Premier invites all youth structures in the province to participate. With this, we will also use this opportunity then, even when we get budget inputs, to utilize, because most of the good ideas that these esteemed members have raised, really, we can go a long way, and which is why I still maintain that we have benefited a lot from this exercise, and we therefore believe that we can go a long way in ensuring that we are achieving the goals for which we want this youth parliament to achieve. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Are you happy with the progress report?
No, Chair.
I won't ask any further because wow, Gabonali energy Alina has dropped. But that was the most anticipated item. You wanted to start with it, Honorable Sokza. You wanted to start with the progress report. Thank you very much, Honorable. Let me see. We'll call upon the matter of this house.
Order, Speaker. Today, my name is Honorable Prince Piri,
Oh,
as confirmed by Home Affairs.
Thanks. Thanks, Honorable Prince Piri, for that correction. My apologies for using a wrong name. Honorable Manana Spikara, it is time for you to come and address the Youth Parliament of 2026 with a round of applause.
ke kwile hore ba tshwere ke tlala. I will try and manage my time properly. Honorable speakers of this August House, Honorable Spopela ST and Honorable Shai MS, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Ngobeni, Deputy Chief Whip of the Legislature, Honorable Rogers Monama, who's today the acting chair of the Portfolio Committee of Quality of Life, Women, Youth, Children with Disability, and members of the entire Portfolio Committee who are here today. Let me greet the MECs, MEC Mawai, who's the Premier of the day today, who are standing in on behalf of the Premier. Let me greet the MEC of Agriculture, Me Nakedikekana. We are honored today, honorable members. I might not mention all your names that are here, but it's important that we know that in our midst here, we have got Honorable Nenguda Doelani, Honorable Elmarie, Honorable Svotoma, Honorable Pesima Chete, Honorable Pukani. You are warmly acknowledged. Let me acknowledge the Mayor of Lepellenkumbi, Honorable Dr. Miriam Mulala, the Speaker of the Capricorn District, Councillor Kolfere Luhung, the Speaker of Vembe District Municipality, Councillor Davana, the Speaker of Letaba Municipality, Councillor Maria Mukhwati, Acting Mayor of Vembe District, Councillor Dogen Ndove, Acting Mayor of Letaba Municipality, Councillor Malacha, Chief Whip of Letaba Municipality, Councillor Ramalatswa, councillors from the district and local municipality in the whole province, our acting secretary of the legislature, Honorable Mahopa. The most important guest I must acknowledge is the honorable members sitting on my left-hand side, honorable members, most importantly, the ones that stood here to make presentation in line of our speakers list. I acknowledge you and recognize your presence and say good afternoon to you and all the guests, other honorable members who are here in the chamber but have not made the presentations, the guests in the gallery, all our young people in the province who are following us in different radio stations. You were live on 15 local radio stations in the province. Tobela FM as well was taking some of your snippets live on the radio, as well as we must greet those that are following us on social media platforms. Good afternoon, Tobela, Nimasiari, Inhlekani, Lochani. Honorable speakers, I must first apologize to Honorable Phineas Shibula. When he stood here, he said, I was not taking you serious. If there is anything that was offensive to the young people that I might have said, I humbly apologize. It was never intended to do so. We respect the speakers of the day. It was just something that we needed to advise one another. And on that note, I humbly apologize. I respect you, honorable speakers, and I respect everybody who presented here representing the young people of the province in line with the speakers list. I'm called upon to deliver this address on this occasion, and I must state that this closing address will not be properly delivered if I don't start it at its logical foundation. Let me take this opportunity to acknowledge my special guests who have joined us in this August House. These special guests are the youth working in the legislature. Without mentioning them by their names, I will request all workers of the legislature who are young people to stand up because today they are my special guests. Wherever you are, just rise so that we acknowledge you. Some are in the gallery, some are in the house. Thank you so much. We did specifically to say today, all young people who are working in the legislature, ababereki, bata youth parliament. I'm humbled in many ways today in a special occasion because this sitting is not just an ordinary sitting in the provincial legislature, but an August House of honorable members from the rank and file and the age that remind us of the 1976 generation of young people and whose name June month was derived. I want to take this opportunity to appreciate members of the Portfolio Committee today led by Honorable Rodas Manama, the committee that we call Quality of Life, Women, Youth, and Children and People with Disability. This Portfolio Committee is among the many enjoined as a committee of the legislature to carry out the work of the legislature. This committee has innate responsibility to conduct oversight on the Executive Council regarding matters of youth, matters of women, matters of children, and matters of persons with disabilities, and to ensure effective policies and programs that will improve the quality of life of our people in the province. In its work, it is overwhelmed by the utmost responsibility to monitor, amongst others, the implementation of the youth development initiatives, scrutinizing budgets and strategic plans of departments, and advocating for youth-related legislation. We are convened today at the behest of this committee, and we thank them very much to have convened us today. In this way, let me appreciate the presence of the MEC of Provincial Treasury, MEC Honorable Magwai, and MEC Nakedikekana from the Department of Agriculture, who are here representing the Honorable the Premier, Dr. Popira Matuba. We are really appreciating the Premier for sending you today. We know in your busy schedules, but you were able to come here and be able to ensure that together, collectively, we take responsibility of ensuring that the aspiration, the interests of various groups or from the entire province represented here in today are addressed. Office of the Premier assumes responsibility to account on resolution for this August House. As you are seeing while the progress report was presented in this August House, we appreciate the progress report, although we realized that you are saying we must do that differently, and I will be able to respond to the matter that has been raised today. We are gathered here today, honorable members, to solicit the fact that Limpopo legislature, it's your voice, use it. This very assertion has manifested practically among youth of our province today. Indeed, you have used the legislature as your voice. We have heard you, and we've realized, I was talking to the radio to say, I've never seen a very energetic and very vibrant debates that we had today. And indeed, the youth parliament is taking another level, and we know that next year it will be better than this year. This province is a home of the late former youth leader of all times, Peter Mukaba. Peter Ramushwana Mukaba was anti-apartheid revolutionary, a selfless liberation struggle icon, and a former youth league president in the province. He was referred to as Lion of the North and was born and raised in Mankweng. It is an undisputed fact that he is accepted as a foundational symbol of resistance, youth mobilization, and remains the regional pride of our beautiful province. Peter Mukaba held views that endorsed the African nationalism, anti-imperialism, a commitment of radical socio-economic transformation. He envisaged a South Africa free from neocolonialism, where indigenous people reclaim their land and economic sovereignty. He stood for the defense of the continent's and countries' rights to independently define its own socio-economic and health policies. This gallant fighter, our liberation struggle, served in the first cabinet of the Republic of South Africa under the President Nelson Mandela as the Deputy Minister of Environmental Affairs and Tourism from 1994, and he served until 1995. May his soul rest in peace as he passed away in 2002. Therefore, it is possible. If Peter Mukaba was representing the young people in Parliament, therefore, we dare not to fail him, but not making sure that our young people are given the rightful place where they can be able to lead the people of the province. This occasion takes place at a critical moment when South Africa is navigating itself from a turmoil that was brought by the issue of illegal immigrants. Let me take this opportunity to appreciate the way our government, led by the President, Pumatamela Cyril Ramaphosa, through the Interministerial Committee, our Premier, Dr. Popira Matuba, for working very hard and swiftly handling the issue of uncontrollable illegal immigrants in our country and in the province. I therefore call upon the young people, because it is upon us as communities to avoid harboring illegal immigrants in our own homes. As young people, we have a critical role to play in guiding our communities on the best possible ways to address the issue of illegal immigrants, both in the country and in the province. When Nelson Mandela addressed the National Youth Festival during his message, because he was not there in 2008, but he sent a message because at that age he was 89 years old. But he did send a message on the 25th of June 2008. He said, as we take stock of our accomplishment and shortcomings, we should not by a slasted chance lose sight of our once ambitious dream of for education, total economic emancipation, democracy, and freedom for all. Close quotes. Mindful of this very task, it is a spirit of the devotion and the obligation outlined by Nelson Mandela, our first democratically elected president, in this quotation that binds our meeting and this youth parliament today. Our sitting today is bound by the fact that we are gathered in this August House during the 2025. We gathered this in this house in 2025 Limpopo Youth Parliament, which was held in June 2025. We all met here so that we can take stock of the implementation of the resolution of this August House, which were taken during the sitting of the 2025 Limpopo Youth Parliament held on the 27th June 2025. Honorable members, during the 2025 Youth Parliament in this August House deliberated on digital skills, youth entrepreneurship, coding, robotics, artisan training, agri-tech. It focused on discussion aimed at creating pathways to channel funds through the National Youth Development Agency and Limpopo Youth Fund for youth-owned enterprises. And lastly, it focused on addressing critical issues like substance abuse, mental health support, and teenage pregnancies. I'm grateful and feel very special standing before you, your multitude representative of various formations that represent the champions of the interests of young people in our province. It is great that we're here to look back at what we have collectively done as stakeholders to implement resolutions you took in 2025 Parliament. And we have acknowledged that we might not have done enough. But we are doing something. Thank you very much again, Honorable MEC Mawai. Honorable members, while the theme for 2026 Youth Parliament was Youth Empowerment for Sustainable Future, the theme for this 2026 Youth Parliament is Economic Uprising for the next 5 years, Partnership for Skills, Jobs and Youth Development, close quotes. These themes called for the urgent need to provide young people with the authority, skills, tools, and platforms required to actively drive long-term environmental protection, economic resilience, and social equality. These themes denote the fact that the future of young people in our province cannot be secured unless the current generation of youth shifts from the passive recipient of policy to active co-leaders and decision makers. I'm confident that amongst all of you, there exist leaders who are capable of genuinely demanded of the current generation. Madam Speaker of the day, today you were called to deliberate. Honorable members were called to deliberate on behalf of all young people in the province, entire province. We have heard you engaging on the substance of youth economic participation, skills development, funding and a mentorship of conclusive economic growth for the next 5 years. We have heard you engaging on possible solutions towards confronting contemporary challenges through new generation perspective and broader transformation dialogue inclusive of youth and inspired by the generation of 1976. We have heard you making the analysis of economic participation challenges and innovative systems improvement views by the South African youth. We have heard you engaging on the possible means to creating enabling conditions for job opportunities and entrepreneurship development for young people in our province. I was listening to your deliberation and I was fascinated with the various options and solutions you have tabled before this August House. Honorable members, our interaction with youth across our communities in the province highlights key interventions that may be crucial in the public dialogue to resolve challenges confronted by youth. The least among our engagement will not ignore the view of matriculant Kupa Kwashe of 18 years, who's currently studying in Eagle Nest and residing in Pulukwan. He argues that, I quote, government responsibility is not only to create jobs, but young people in choosing their career paths must opt for options that maximizes employment creation for our communities to the better, close quote. This optimistic view by Kupa carries the same enduring optimism as that of Ms. Balulekile Baloi of 22 years, who's currently studying as a student at the VOS in Midrand and residing in Bendo in Pulukwan. Ms. Baloi said, I quote, employment requirements must be flexed to stop rigidity on fixed period of experience to allow fresh graduates to access employment opportunities in both public and private sector. You said so in your debate here in the House. The positive attitude of these young people about the future fulfills the hope of the nation so optimistic about its future. It is a view that refuses to be suppressed by circumstances and amenable to change because of our broader work as government. These young people share the same views as Ms. Shive Khanyao, a graduate of 21 years from Hamashashani, who believes that everyone who is educated and having a diploma should be employed in their faculty, and government should create opportunities for voluntary experiential learning. She continues and says, learnerships and internships can't cover a pool of graduates in the entire province. Unlimited voluntary experiential training can help resolve the problem of required entry-level experience, close quote. These views of the young people reflect on the reality of obtaining circumstances and predicaments of young people in our province face. The views reflect that beyond these challenges, they, however, continue to be optimistic. Like Kupa Kwashe, President Ramaphosa told a gathering of small, medium, and micro enterprises, SME, on the last day of the investment conference in Soweto in November 2019 that, I quote, far too often, our citizens are risk averse when it comes to the entrepreneurship, preferring the so-called comfort of gaining employment to the perceived insecurity that comes with self-employment, close quotes. Honorable members, the optimism of this year, that which propelled by Mucheudi farming, who owned by Wilfred Mucheudi Mogale of Mopani district, which emerged as the overall winner of the best smallholder producer at the 2026 Young Entrepreneurship Awards. The optimistic of these young people is that of Junior Mahuka of 20-year-old, who is the founder of JJ Cafe, which is a scale-built multi-business enterprise spanning a spaza shop, fast food outlet, and internet services. The optimism of these young people is inspired by people like Zibuya Mudau, a 30-year-old logistics graduate residing in Toyando, who built a thriving backyard piggery and a pork biltong business to combat unemployment. Honorable members, the views of these young people and your debates in this August House reminds us that while 50 years ago, the 1976 generation marched in Soweto, leading to a tear down of the system of structural oppression, your challenges are entirely different in the current season. Your deliberation tells us that while the youth of 1976 laid a foundation for the building of a society that placed us on a project that shaped the democratic society we live in, the youth of today are fighting for the right to earn and live in a dignified life. They want to be active decision makers through sectors of our economy. They need direct transformation in the corporate and industrial structures of our economy. These youth are concerned with breaking down the spatial barriers that keep townships and rural youth marginalized. Honorable members, from your discussions, we have learned that Limpopo shall succeed in empowering its youth and its people only if it could build some seamless ecosystem supported by targeted skills development, accessible funding to youth initiatives, and ensuring structured mentorship in business. We learned from your deliberations that the growth of the provincial economy is inherent. Inclusive accountability by both public and private sector for sustained employment outcomes and the economic initiatives. You have in your deliberation told a story to the people of Limpopo. You have diagnosed the structural failures of the system. You have emphasized the need for millions of capable, educated young citizens of our province to remain completely in the mainstream economy activities of our province. You have you are confirming that the youth of our province are eager to defy the notion of being dependent of handouts in an economy which opportunities can be made abundant through unlocking entrepreneurial opportunities. Honorable members, today you have assured us that you have assumed the burden of collective ensuring that it is your role to invoke working partnerships that allow grassroots entrepreneurship where young business owners are equipped to solve immediate community needs and local capital circulation. With your commitment on the ideals of economic transformation, I'm assured that we could build a working economy for young people in our province. Madam Speaker, Amilcar Cabral reminds us that the ideal environment for every human being is to live better and in peace when he says, I quote, always bear in mind that people are not fighting for ideas. They're not fighting for the things in anyone's head. They're fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives going forward, to guarantee the future of their children, close quote. This August House and many young people out there are saying indeed the ideal environment for every human being is to live better and in peace, to see their lives going forward and to guarantee the future for their children. Honorable members, as you leave this August House to various destinations, we still maintain, as we have done in the past, that it is prudent that you should look at yourselves as organized force capable of being progressive drivers of change. It remains my regarded view that as young people, you are partners of government destined to seize the opportunities presented by government through its programs across various sectors of the economy to build your own communities, create jobs for the needy, champion the proceedings in this August House shall adjourn and reconvene in 2027 to reflect on the progress we would have achieved in the implementation of the resolutions you took in this August. Let me assure you that on the occasion, we shall still be accountable, transparent, open about the implementation of your resolution as we have done today and now. On the two motions presented today, I can assure you those two motions are carried. Will ensure, working with the committee, that those resolutions and motions are part of the resolution of the House and they're implemented. We will be able to come back and make sure when you implement your 2027 Youth Parliament that those motions will be in action. Honorable members, one of your members here has already done that, but I felt it is necessary to remind you that the 1st and the 2nd August are the last date of the final registration to vote in the local government to register for you to be on the voters' roll, so that you are able to participate and vote on the 4th November 2026. We will not request you only to go out and vote and mobilize the young people, because you must know you are the majority of voters that are in the voters' roll in the province. You are almost more than 40%, who's the young people who are supposed to go and vote. But we are encouraging political parties. Re bone moswapa le, so that youth must be counselors, so that they can be able to go to those councils and make those decisions. So all political parties make sure that you give the young people the opportunity to be counselors and part of being the decision makers. A vote is everybody's and every citizen's voice. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, once more, let me thank the Portfolio Committee of Quality of Life, Youth and Children with Disability for the effort they have put to convene this critical stakeholder of our society. To the Acting Secretary of the Provincial Legislature, Ndate Mahopa, and your team. Today, I will specifically talk about one person, and I hope the others are not going to be angry with me. Mr. Chiro, well done. Ke kgopela re fe Mr. Chiro letsogo, well done. And all other officials that are working with him. Let me also take this opportunity to thank all political parties and all formations that they brought their members to come and participate in this special occasion. Your cooperation and contribution to the August House to make Limpopo Legislature 2026 a success cannot go unnoticed. And even mayors that have made sure that you are able to arrive here. Let me take this opportunity to thank all of you for coming through, ensuring that this August House sit and exhaust its business. Na cancer, ndoleboa, ke a leboga, bayadanki. Thank you. This was well.
Thank you so much, Dr. Speaker, for that powerful keynote address. We are going to receive a vote of thanks from the Honorable Councillor Lehong from the Capricorn District Municipality on behalf of the Executive Mayor of Capricorn. Councillor Lehong. She's not in the house. I was given a note that Councillor Lehong will give us a vote of thanks. Can I call upon Honorable Helm MA to come and give us the announcements?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I think I'm the most popular speaker for today. The first one is delegates and our guests in the gallery are requested to remain in the chamber after adjournment, please. And the second one is lunch will be served at the basement, exactly where you enjoy a breakfast this morning, and everybody is invited. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Marie. As we conclude this youth parliament today, honorable members of this house, I want to register that I leave this house inspired by the passion, the ideas that were demonstrated by every young person who participated. You have indeed shown that the future of our country is in our capable hands. To every young person here, never underestimate the power of your ideas and the ability to make a difference. With those few words, I want to thank everyone who has participated, Honorable Dr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity together with Honorable Shai. We appreciate from the Portfolio Committee of Quality of Life on Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities. Thank you to all the honorable members, the Deputy Chief Whip. I've seen the Deputy Chair of Chairs as well. Thank you to all the members of the Executive Council, everybody else that has participated. May we live here as the young people of this province, knowing very well that we remain more united and more committed to the struggles that are facing the youth of Limpopo province. With those few words, I declare this Youth Parliament of 2026 officially closed. Thank you very much.